Haya, Mike.
All right, how are you? There's a very good morning to you. My name is Mike Migwe. Welcome to Good Morning Kenya. How are you doing? It's a very cold morning actually here in Nairobi, and I don't know about you or from wherever you are watching us. Tell us how it's going. This is Good Morning Kenya, today being a Wednesday where we take a look at everything that is happening within the country. One of the things that is currently being talked about is the issue of abductions, where a section of Mount Kenya MPs have called on to be formed a commission of inquiry to investigate these abductions, something they have termed as politicization of the police, and a host of other things that they want, this commission that they want addressed to investigate and tell Kenyans what is happening. So that is one of the things that we are going to look at. And also our topic of discussion today in our political segment will revolve around Raila, the AUC, and the 2027 politics. In studio, I'll be joined by Wilson Sosion, who is a former nominated MP, and also Daniel Orogo, who is a political analyst, and Dr. Evelyn, who is also a political analyst. So that is a conversation you want to tune in later on in the program. Good morning, Vivian.
Good morning, Mike. And a very good morning to each and every one of you who is tuned in to Good Morning Kenya right this very minute. It is the 8th day of January. Welcome. It is always a pleasure to have you start off your morning right here on Good Morning Kenya with us. My name is Vivian Degwa, and away from politics, or after Mike finishes with his political segment where they'll be talking about all the things that he's mentioned, today we will be having a conversation on giving back to the community, and we'll look into that. We'll have one Gideon Mwangi Gadhemba, who is the co-founder of Gadhemba Edwards Foundation, and we'll be looking at matters giving back to the community and how to go about that, and the importance of being that one person who has taken it upon themselves to do something good for their community. You want to stay tuned for that conversation. But before we get into all of that, we obviously have the news, and Abdiaziz Hashim is here for that. Good morning, Abdi.
Good morning, Vivian and Mike there. And of course, interesting topics you have there. It is not a good morning for us, especially Arsenal fans. Yesterday we were thrashed in the first leg. Najua Mike amefurahia sana, but
mimi kwanza nimefurahi sana.
We live to fight another day. Of course, there will be a return leg. But interestingly, Mike, you're just talking about some of the abduction cases that have been witnessed in the country.
Yes.
You don't know, today is the deadline for the Inspector General of Police to appear before the Milimani Law Courts. Is a story we're keeping an eye on. And of course, let's inform our viewers on other stories making headlines at this hour. We start off with the Deputy President, where the deployment of security apparatus along a 57-kilometer stretch between the Kenya and Uganda border has seen over 200 illegal routes closed. This is according to the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. Now, a multi-agency team comprising of the General Service Unit, which is the GSU, the Kenya Defence Forces, KDF, and General Duty Police that conducts routine surveillance along the border entry points, established that illegal routes were used to smuggle forged documents and drugs into the country.
In an effort to combat cross-border crimes along the western region and along the Kenya-Uganda border, a multi-agency team comprising of the General Service Unit, Kenya Defence Forces and General Duty Police that conducts routine surveillance regularly have managed to close down 200 illegal routes used to smuggle in forged documents and drugs, among other illegal consignments, into the country. Counterfeits and contrabands, including sugar, maize, alcohol, ethanol, and pharmaceutical drugs, were also confiscated by border control authorities. In a bid to enhance border security, the government has constructed stop border posts supported by an upgrade of 45-kilometer Kitale and Swam Road for 4.9 billion shillings to facilitate integrated border management and foster legitimate trade routes in a bid to expose criminal elements sabotaging the security of both nations. The Kenya and Uganda governments have also initiated joint border commissioners meetings to deliberate and enhance cross-border cooperation in curbing small arms, illegal migration and natural resource-based conflicts among border communities.
Haitawezekana mwanakandarasi yoyote kupokea pesa za umma na kuchelewesha miradi ya serikali. Tutachukua hatua papo hapo. Hakuna kungojea.
At the same time, the government is intensifying efforts to complete the upgrading of the Swam border post into a modern one-stop border post to enhance border trade and movement of goods and people between Kenya and Uganda.
And therefore, trade between Kenya and Uganda is extremely crucial for the government and the people of Kenya, because much of our regional trade is generated between in the business interactions between ourselves and our brothers and sisters from Uganda.
Once operational, the facility is expected to significantly reduce delays, cut costs and foster deeper integration between Kenya and Uganda, benefiting businesses and citizens on both sides of the border.
Elsewhere, a fresh strike is looming in the health sector following a 14-day ultimatum issued by the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers KUKO to the government, citing delayed implementation of the return to work formula signed in September last year. Led by the national chairperson Peterson Washira, the officers also accused the Social Health Authority, which is SHA, of discrimination. They claim that the clinical officers cannot practice under the new health insurance model due to failure of the Social Health Authority board to recognize the health facilities registered by the Clinical Officers Council.
Health facilities across the country are headed for paralysis if the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers make good their threat of downing tools on Sunday, January 19th, 2025. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever. Among the key provisions of the return to work deal that are unimplemented include the negotiation of a comprehensive collective bargaining agreement, promotions and job reclassifications, confirmation of universal health coverage staff into permanent and pensionable terms, comprehensive medical cover for all clinical officers, and conversion of all short-term contractual employment for clinical officers into permanent and pensionable terms.
The ministry and the county governments have not fully implemented the return to work agreement, given that the deadline for implementation was the first day of September 2024. We have done numerous letters, they have refused to respond, and that is why we are here today to call them to account, and by that declare that we are calling for a strike in the next 14 days. All the clinic officers under the 47 counties under the Ministry of Health shall proceed on strike as from the midnight of 19th January 2024.
The officials further alleged that the Social Health Authority Board has refused to recognize health facilities and practitioners registered under the Clinical Officers Council.
The Social Health Authority, with the help of the leadership of the ministry, is doing all it can be able to do to go against the tenets of the UHC. While the law provides that they are supposed to empanel and contract and allow clinic officers to pre-authorize, they have refused to do that. They have gone against the law.
This discrimination, therefore, hinders the practice of clinical officers and causes widespread suffering among Kenyans who are denied essential services provided by clinical officers. Many are forced to pay out of pocket for healthcare services despite being registered member of the Social Health Authority.
Kenya Union of Clinical Officers Secretary General George Bore also lamented that clinical officers are being coerced to license their facilities with the Kenya Medical Practitioners Dentist Council to benefit from the Social Health Authority.
The specialist clinical officers are being compelled to use the KMPDC, that the Kenya Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council license number, from the medical officers for pre-authorization and practice that is both illegal and extortionate. We regard this action as forms of institutionalized corruption and self-interest that hinders the provision of accessible health services.
The contentious agreement was signed in July last year after the clinical officers went on strike for 99 days.
Still on the health front, the Ministry of Health has ruled out the potential outbreak of human metapneumovirus, which is the HMPV virus reported in China. In a statement on its social media platforms, the ministry confirmed that no case of patients with symptoms of the disease has been reported in the country's health facilities. Here is Joseph Wahungu with the details.
5 years after the devastating COVID-19 pandemic, a new respiratory virus outbreak in China, human metapneumovirus HMPV, has raised global concerns, especially for children and the elderly. HMPV, a virus that causes mild upper respiratory tract infection, was first identified in the Netherlands in 2001. The virus spreads through direct contact between people or when someone touches surfaces contaminated with it. Its symptoms for most people include cough, fever, and nasal congestion. In response to the situation in China, the Ministry of Health has, in a statement on X, reassured Kenyans that HMPV is not a new virus, since it has been documented in the past as a circulating pathogen that contributes to respiratory illnesses in the country. Additionally, the ministry has urged Kenyans to remain vigilant and observe basic public health practices. It further advises anyone experiencing unusual cases of severe respiratory illnesses to seek medical attention from the nearest health facility as soon as possible or call 719.
On the education front, the Kenya Publishers Association now says the distribution of grade 9 textbooks to public school is in the final stages. According to the association chairperson, Kiarie Kamau, the distribution is at 85% and is expected to be concluded on Monday next week. And as Timothy Kipnusu now reports, the association has warned parents and teachers against purchasing pirated books.
On the second day of the 2025 academic year, schools are pulling all stops to ensure transition of grade 9 learners, the challenges notwithstanding. From incomplete classrooms, scarcity of desks, and in some cases, textbooks. The Kenya Publishers Association has come out to clear the air on the grade 9 distribution.
That exercise of distributing the grade 9 books has been ongoing throughout December, and we can confidently say more than 85% of those textbooks are already in public primary schools.
Speaking in Nairobi, the association chairperson Kiarie Kamau noted that some institutions were limiting themselves to books not approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD.
What the KICD does is in a learning area, it approves a variety of books. You can find, let's say, in grade 3 mathematics, there are about 7 different textbooks approved. What schools are supposed to do, and they know, and most of them do that, is they constitute panels. The panels go through the books and select one that they will use. So we are again encouraging institutions not to limit themselves, but to look at the variety that has been approved by the KICD.
The association at the same time warned parents and teachers not to abet piracy of textbooks.
This council here has been working with the Kenya Copyright Board as well as the Anti-Counterfeit Agency to fight this menace, and we encourage members of the press to also help us in fighting the menace. The DCI is also hot on the heels of all those pirates to ensure that pirated books, counterfeit books, do not find their way into institutions. We are conducting raids. You know, we have enlisted the services of investigators working very closely with the DCI. We identify channels where those books are being printed and distributed, and we are raiding.
All schools are expected to have received textbook by Monday, January 13, 2025.
In other news now, Billy Mwangi, one of the young Kenyans who were released by abductors, says he is thankful for the support showed by Kenyans in the push for his freedom. Meanwhile, the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, is expected to appear in court on Wednesday to explain the mysterious abductions in the country in a case filed by the Law Society of Kenya LSK and Busia Senator Okiya Mtata. The case is scheduled to kick off at exactly 11:30 a.m.
Following the denial by the police service of any involvement in the abduction of government critics, MPs allied to the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua now want a commission of inquiry formed to investigate the abductions.
We are calling for the formation of a public commission of inquiry led by an independent body to investigate abductions, politicization of police, resurgence of criminal gangs, land grabbing and state capture.
We also appreciate the ICC quick response in opening the portal for reporting human rights abuses by the state actors and other collaborators in setting early stage of collating the data ready for the eventuality.
Sentiments echoed by the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who on his X page wrote, "We must get to the bottom of these gross human rights violations, identify and prosecute everyone involved in these abductions and extrajudicial killings, and ensure this will never happen again." The MPs also want the Commission of Inquiry to investigate increased cases of land grabbing, particularly in Kiambu and Nakuru counties.
We urge both the National Assembly and the Senate and also all county assemblies across the nation to convene a special session during recess to discuss and conduct inquiries into these abductions.
In Homa Bay County, Area Woman Representative Joyce Bensouda also condemned the abduction of perceived government critics, calling on state agencies to find alternative approaches to address dissent.
Abduction is not a solution. We want to condemn this in the strongest terms possible. Whoever is doing it, whether it's a local person, a layman, the police, the DCI must take charge. The IG must be in control.
The 6 young critics abducted 2 weeks ago have since been released.
And once more, all eyes will be at the Milimani Law Courts as we do anticipate the Inspector General of Police, that is Douglas Kanja, to appear before the court, given that he was directed to, of course, produce the 6 allegedly abducted youths. 5 of them have so far been released. And of course, we'll update you in our subsequent bulletins. Now, President John Dramani Mahama has officially assumed office as Ghana's leader, marking his return to the presidency after previously serving from 2012 to 2017. President Mahama was sworn in on Tuesday in a ceremony held at the Black Star Square in Accra. President William Ruto is among 21 heads of state and government officials who attended the inauguration.
In his inaugural address, President John Dramani Mahama outlined his vision for Ghana's economic revival, inclusivity and governance reforms. He emphasized accountability, innovation and unity, calling on Ghanaians to join him in a national reset to build a more prosperous and resilient country.
We need to strengthen our ties with our neighbors to ensure that we're working together to keep our sub-region safe. We stand in solidarity and work in alliance with all our neighbors in the sub-region.
Let me be the first. Mahama, who started his political career as the communications minister, won the presidential election in December last year after pledging to tackle the economic crisis, corruption and unemployment.
Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity. An opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana.
After his inaugural speech, Mahama received congratulatory greetings from heads of states and governments.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Including President William Ruto, who was flanked by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. 65-year-old Mahama, who was previously Ghana's president between July 2012 and January 2017, succeeds President Nana Akufo-Addo.
Let me be the first.
Let's come back here to the country, where at least 1,500 children in Raoinga County will benefit from bursary funds amounting to 6 million shillings courtesy of Nduti Tea Factory. Each student drawn from tea growing zones in the region will receive 4,000 shillings in a move aimed at easing the financial burden on parents. Details of this and other stories is in our county's news roundup.
During the issuance of the bursary checks, the parents expressed gratitude to the management of the Nduti Tea Factory for investing in their children's education.
In terms of fertilizer, of course, we continue to ask the government to give subsidies because it is a big chunk of the farmers' money that goes into buying fertilizer. When the farmer produces more because they have fertilizer, the country gains in terms of getting more foreign exchange. So we all are going to gain in the fact that the government continues to give us the subsidy, the money to subsidize the cost of the fertilizer.
Elsewhere, parents drawn from the Kuria community in Migori County have been challenged to take an active role in educating girls on the effects of female genital mutilation.
The fate of these girls after circumcision is unpredictable. It is something that we have to come back to the tables and consider how we are going to do it again, because they have been pushed back again to what they had overcome.
Kifika mahali akishafanyiwa FGM anaenda, mzazi anashindwa atafanya nini? Lakini wazazi tukumbuke kwamba sisi ndio hufanya hawa watoto wanakosa kuendelea na shule. Na sio kwamba ni watoto wasichana pekee, hata watoto vijana.
And members of Siaya County Assembly have been urged to urgently pass the pending Widows Protection Bill. Game West member of County Assembly Susan Okwiri says if enacted, the law will give widows in the county a chance to fully enjoy their rights.
We want the widows of Siaya at least to have something. We want the bill to go through so that they can have their rights, we can check on their welfare, and we can give them a lot of things so that they be stable and live like any other person.
Finally, in Homa Bay, county environmentalists in the region hosted a tree planting event at the Raila Amolo Odinga Stadium to celebrate the birthday of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
As we mark the birthday of Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, let each and every one of us plant at least a tree.
Now let's take a look at what is happening in the world of business. A tea levy is set to be introduced next month to raise cash to fund marketing of Kenyan tea in the international market. Tea Board of Kenya Chief Executive Officer Willie Mutai says the tea levy will be capped at 1% of the total sales.
The Tea Board of Kenya is finalizing stakeholder participation into proposals to introduce the tea levy to be charged on total sales. Some farmers and value chain players are opposed to introduction of the levy, arguing that it will eat into their earnings. However, supporters led by the Tea Board of Kenya says the tea levy is necessary to fully operationalize the Tea Act, as well as fund the marketing of Kenyan tea globally.
If we push the average price for the country to be $3.2, the levies will go up to 2.8 billion. If we don't push, the levies will still remain at below 1 billion. So the more we put a push for the price earning, the more we'll get the levies. So, and that's also the industry will appreciate. They will not feel the pain.
If adopted, the tea levy is likely to come into effect as soon as next month.
It should be operationalized by this month, because what's only remaining is an industry to accept. I think the all remaining people are now the people in the trade.
Mutai has underscored the need to enhance marketing of Kenyan tea as a way to drive up demand and prices.
And again, that will allow us to really expand our market, to use the same levies with the industry, because we assume or we know that the board that will be running Tea Board of Kenya will come from the stakeholders.
Enforcement of quality standards for green leaf being picked is being stepped up to address cases of unsold tea at the Mombasa tea auction.
Regulation One is the green leaf guidelines, which is under public participation, and the stakeholders have agreed the minimum leaf that can be pushed or used at the respective factory that can be manufactured.
Meanwhile, Shimoni Fishport is on course for completion by March this year. Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki says the 2.6 billion shillings Shimoni Fishport encompasses a modern jetty fish landing site, warehouse, fish processing plant, a cold storage and other support amenities.
The government targets to expand the contribution of the blue economy value chain to the country's gross domestic product from the current 37 billion Kenya shillings to 150 billion shillings by the year 2027. Part of the efforts to facilitate this involves facilitating the fisher folk to acquire modern fishing boats and gear for deep sea fishing.
The other interventions, of course, the other fish ports which we are constructing in other parts along the coastline, and also on the Lake Victoria blue economy ecosystem. We are also investing in so many other initiatives.
Shimoni Fishport, whose construction is scheduled to be completed in March this year, is expected to create jobs and enhance household incomes.
This is a program, a project which speaks to the commitment of this government to improve the livelihoods of the people of Kenya, to empower communities, to create jobs for young people.
Ile kitu ambayo nataka ni kuhakikishie na nihakikishie viongozi wa Kwale ni kwamba hayo maagizo ambayo mumepeana yatakamilishwa bila wasiwasi, bila tashwishi.
Tumengoja sana Shimoni Fishport ikamilike ili vijana waweze kuingia hapa, na tunashukuru pia kupitia Wizara ya Miti kampuni nyingi sasa zimeendelea kuingia Kwale.
Professor Kindiki made the remarks when he toured and assessed the progress of the ongoing construction works of the Shimoni Fishport.
And now finally, let's play. Outgoing Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Kipchumba Murkomen, has officially handed over the ministry to the incoming CS, Salim Mvurya, who immediately embarked on the task ahead of ensuring that the stadiums earmarked for the next month's African Nations Championships are ready to host the tournament as per the CAF deadline. Our sports reporter Daniel Mwendwa has the details.
Early Tuesday morning, the new Cabinet Secretary, Salim Mvurya, accompanied by the outgoing Cabinet Secretary, Kipchumba Murkomen, toured the Kasarani Stadium to inspect the ongoing renovations ahead of the 2024 CHAN, slated for February. After the Kasarani inspection, they headed to Nyayo National Stadium to make sure that the ongoing works are also on track. They eventually ended up at the Talanta Plaza for the official handover, where the incoming Sports Cabinet Secretary, Salim Mvurya, noted that the renovations were going on well, with the constructors working tirelessly to beat the deadlines.
I will work with all of you in your different portfolios to ensure that I provide the necessary leadership support to realize the mandate and the responsibilities that you have in your different portfolios.
Outgoing Sports CS, who is now the Ministry of Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen, added that the government will be working closely with federations to ensure that they promote all sports in the country and not just upcoming events.
I have always taken the view that it is better to consult, make the decision, let historians judge whether that decision was good or not.
The African Nations Championship will be co-hosted by Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania from 1st to 20th of February, with the draw set to be conducted next week on Wednesday at the Kenyatta International Convention Center in Nairobi.
Elsewhere, 3 FKF Kenya Premier League matches have been postponed from this weekend until the 22nd of this month, as per the FKF Premier League makes a return from the holiday break. KCB versus AFC Leopards, Gor Mahia versus Sofapaka and Kenya Police against Bandari are the matches that have been pushed forward.
Coastal Rangers will host City Stars at the Kenyatta Stadium in the double-header on Saturday as Kenya's top flight makes a return after the holiday break. The game will precede the match between Talanta and Kakamega Homeboys on a day that will see a total of 3 matches being played. The other game will be played at Gusii Stadium between hosts Shabana and Tusker FC. With 3 matches postponed this weekend, Sunday will have a fixture card of only 3 matches. Ulinzi Stars will host Mara Sugar at the Dandora Stadium in the opening game on Sunday, kicking off before the game between Mathare United and Kariobangi Sharks. Sunday's third game will be played at the Kenyatta Stadium in Machakos between Bidco United and Murang'a Seal. KCB, who are scheduled to open match day 16 on Friday against AFC Leopards, will not be in action this weekend as it is one of the games that have been moved to the 22nd of this month. The other matches moved forward are between Gor Mahia and Sofapaka and Kenya Police against Bandari FC.
Now, aside from the KPL fixtures being postponed, yesterday Arsenal played Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium where they lost in the first leg of the semi-final of the EFL Cup 2-0. And of course, tonight it will be another mouthful where Tottenham are expected to host league leaders, that is Liverpool. That concludes our bulletin this morning. Do join us in our subsequent bulletins, but do not go too far. Here at Good Morning Kenya, we're just taking a breather, and when we come back, Mike Mwigwe will be up next with a viewpoint. You do not want to miss that conversation. It is talking about the current political status here in the country and the recent abduction cases that have been witnessed in the country, so don't go too far.
Unaogopa sana hawa watu.
Safira, unajua mimi sijawahi kupenda vita tangu ni mtoto.
Yaani hivi wataka kusema mtu akikuchokoza wewe utakaa tu umekunja mikono.
Hebu sema ukweli wako. Ulimwambia Kisa kwamba mimba ya Karembo ni ya Kalume?
Sasa wazee, mimba msibebe ya washia nini?
Tosha. Hamjamjua mwenye mimba mpaka sasa. Huruma hii ya Mbura ni ishara tosha.
Kujibu ni mimi. Hebu mpatie kibao kingine.
Ni Mbura.
Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist Noor Bakayoko shares some insights on bullying and what can be done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health crises.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Never be the same by your strength. Tell you this vibe, this lovely vibe, this is the vibe on the beach side. Why you worry? Why you worry? Worry is unnecessary. Choice they are hearing. That is why children are living. Chica. I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm moving the positive vibes. Stop at my face. You only come around to do fake things. Your little bad mind face.
Welcome back to Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migwi, and you are watching Point, where we take a look at everything that is happening here in the country. And already in studio, my guests have arrived. On my immediate left is Mheshimiwa Wilson Sosion, who is a former nominated MP and former SecGen of NAT. Welcome to the program.
Yes, thank you. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. This is the first time we are seeing each other this year. Yeah. And also Dr. Evelyn Ogendo, who is a political analyst. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. And Daniel Orogo, who is a political analyst. Welcome to the program and Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you. It's a pleasure to see you this new year, and looking forward to fantastic conversation.
How has your year started?
I mean, well, I think on a very positive note, and I think it's good to be optimistic that the year has a lot for us as Kenyans. It's quite interesting in the political scene what is going on. It's a year we're expecting to have Mheshimiwa Raila being one of the contendants. A lot happening ahead, and hopefully we get our children back safe to schools. So there's just too much to be hopeful about.
And okay, we're going to take a very short break, but coming up is the cabinet.
Born in 1965, John Mutua Katuku graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in social work from the University of Nairobi in 1993, later studying Masters of Arts in Sociology at Kenyatta University between 1994 and 1996. From 1996 to 1997, Katuku worked as a Community Development Officer and Administrator at the Child Welfare Society of Kenya before entering politics. He was elected Mwala Member of Parliament in 1997, aged 32. Ahead of the 2002 general election, Katuku was the chairman of the strategy caucus that formed National Alliance of Kenya, the coalition that brought together Democratic Party chairman Mwai Kibaki, National Party of Kenya leader Charity Ngilu, and Ford Kenya's Kijana Wamalwa. National Alliance of Kenya would join hands with the Liberal Democratic Party to form the National Rainbow Coalition NAC, with Kibaki being its flag bearer, and eventually winning the presidency in the 2002 general election, with Katuku getting re-elected as Mwala Member of Parliament. He was a beneficiary of a rebellion within the National Rainbow Coalition that had swept into power in 2002 with Kibaki as the presidential flag bearer. After forming his first cabinet, President Kibaki's government set about supporting a referendum on changing the constitution of Kenya. As a member of Ngilu's National Party of Kenya, Katuku supported the draft constitution. To achieve ethnic balance in the cabinet, he formed after sending all his referendum ministers home. President Kibaki had to pick one other minister besides Ngilu from Lower Eastern. Katuku was in the right place at the right time. He was picked the Minister for Water Resource. Come 2007, Katuku running on NAC Kenya ticket was defeated by Daniel Mwoki of the Orange Democratic Movement Kenya Party that had overrun almost the entire Ukambani region in support of Kalonzo Musyoka's presidential bid. In 2008, when Musyoka struck a deal with Kibaki that earned him the post of vice president, Katuku led a group of Kama members of parliament who had been defeated in the 2007 election in accusing the president of betrayal. In 2013, however, he sought the nomination of Musyoka's Wiper Democratic Movement Kenya Party for the Machakos governorship. He lost to Alfred Mutua. Katuku later joined Ndeti in decamping to Chama cha Uzalendo and contested the governor's seat as her running mate. Again, they lost to Mutua. In the 2017 general election, Katuku initially planned to try and recapture the Mwala seat, but changed his mind and formed the People's Trust Party to contest the Machakos Senate seat. He lost to Boniface Kabaka of CCU. In 2020, he joined Maendeleo Chapchap. In 2021, he was the Maendeleo Chapchap senatorial candidate. He then withdrew his candidacy. Outside of politics, he's an avid golfer and convener of the Cumbersome Golf Series. Jackie Wambiru, The Cabinet.
Welcome back to The Viewpoint. My name is Mike Migwe, and already I have introduced my guest, and we'll get right into it. And we are going to start with the newspaper review. Let's start with the Daily Nation, and the headline splashed on the front page is Men Who Owe Us Answers. This is in regards to the abductions that have been happening in the country. The rising number of abductions have put the security and criminal justice system leaders in the spotlight due to their failure to prevent the enforced disappearance of government critics. Their actions and inactions have seen some rights defenders initiate a court process to take the abduction cases to the ICC, to the International Criminal Court. That story is told on page 2 of the Daily Nation. Now, I want to get your sentiments, Mr. Orogo, on this. The action and inaction that has been seen to happen, especially with the security apparatus regarding the abductions. What is your take on that?
Well, I think you have just said that it's a screaming headline.
Yes.
So that means the media houses, or rather the newspaper, probably is documenting what is going on right now. But I think you also ask us how our year is beginning, apparently on a rather negative note. We still having cases of abductions.
Yeah.
And of course, different theoretical perspectives being driven on who is responsible for, for abducting. Of course, illegal abductions of, young people who are expressing, their voices through creativity online. Well, I think I have seen this debate. I have followed the debate and been part of the debate about, who should be blamed on the surging cases of, abductions and probably disappearances. But I think, quoting that the head of state, who the buck stopped with, have pronounced himself and cleared himself and apportioned blame to the responsible officers. That is the Inspector General of Police and the Director of Public Prosecution, and probably the responsible investigating and security arms of government. So I think one end where Kenyans are asking then who is responsible, because I think the President of the Republic of Kenya, by the virtue that he is the father of a nation, and by the virtue that he was elected, definitely Kenyans would really, if they have no one to turn to, they would turn up to him, to assist in pushing through these particular agencies to provide answers. So I think we are at a situation that is a very dangerous situation where nobody is taking responsibility. There's the Inspector General of Police have said that within the police ranks, they do not know who is abducting Kenyans, all right? The Director of Public Prosecution has directed different agencies, to prosecute those who are found culpable of abducting Kenyans, to which means the ODPP office do not also understand. The courts as well have compelled the government to produce, in fact today, if I'm not wrong,
today, yes.
that the six, the minister, the IG, the ODPP, and you know, the six who are responsible for security organs have been directed to produce the six in a court of law this morning. But I think it could be interesting to see, because one is still, you know, missing. The five, you know, on Monday, you know, revealed that they have joined themselves with the family. So I think we are at a very interesting, you know, period in this time.
Yes. Dr. Who, from your own perspective, who should be held responsible for this?
You know, first I'd like to address the abductions. While we are having abduction and we have an active judicial system, you know, according to me, I want to condemn the abductions by strongest terms possible, in the sense that it brings a wrong, it informs, you know, actions speak louder than words. In short, that our government can be able to trust abductors with the abductees to discipline them when we have stipulated codes of conduct that once you go against them, there's a way that you're going to be dealt with. They have not been put into trial. I really feel it's a bit barbaric, and I feel it's very unfair, because we're only looking at the physical aspect of it. Somebody's child being abducted and being put in a dark room. You know, those are multiple violations of human rights. And then you are put in some dark places. You know, that is a series of punishments. And I would like to also, you know, what goes on in the mind of the parents, of the relatives, of other Kenyans who are sympathizers. You know, all that, you know, the mental health of a situation is never looked at. So, and then I would like to say also on the same part, also on the flip side, whatever thing that is happening, I am not for it, that the young people are taking up and abusing, maiming the head of state. I also don't agree with that. I really feel like we should not throw away our socio-cultural fabric in the name of to express our disgust, maybe to the current government. We have an electoral system that comes after 5 years. Well, you can express your disgust by other means instead of belittling. You know, I'm not saying this because it is the President Ruto. I am saying this from the perspective that the President is somebody's father, is somebody's husband, is somebody's in-law, is somebody's cousin. So if there's a better way of us to do these things, and if whoever is doing that, our children, this is where now it comes up to us as parents. We have very many irresponsible parents outside there, especially fathers. But you have not seen their sons or daughters calling their father names, because we still hold to our social norms. We still have to give them their space. You are my father, you are my elder, you are my who. So we are washing that away, and it also frustrates me in this situation, in that we are only concentrating on who is behind it. While it's important, but are you saying that we are losing it? As a culture, we are losing it. Parents, what are we doing to reinforce that, to see our children are of discipline? How are we going to see? You know, you may see that today your son or daughter could be fighting somebody else who is purported to be the enemy. But tomorrow or the other day, this same son is going to disrespect the elder brother, the elder sister, is going to disrespect the aunt, because according to you, my child is bad to my enemy. Are you saying? So this is going to turn against us. So what are we going to do even as we look at this situation, as it frustrates us? How are we going to fix our socio-cultural fabric and to ensure that even if, you know, there's always going to be a crisis at any given moment. There's no one perfect situation or one perfect person. Every time we have to have situations that need solving. Are we going to lose it and cause a lot of disrespect? And what I would like to tell our young people, and by extension the Kenyans, It doesn't matter which president is going to be in place. Yes, our economy is bad. Yes, so much has happened, but there's so much to do with you. You know, from now until 2027, God willing, when we are going to take another election, what it means, if you are a first year, you're going to be a third year. If you have remained this number of years to retire, you are going to remain. You know, there's so much that you have to do for yourself that an elect leader is not going to do for you. You know, you're not going to have your brother or your father as a president, and then you will wake up and have the manner. You know, you won't. You're not going to have your brother as a governor, and you're going to work hard. Everybody has to do something to improve self at all spheres of life.
All right.
No leader is going to solve your problems completely.
Okay.
He'll just be part of what you're trying to solve personally.
Okay. Mheshimiwa Sosion, I want to get your sentiments on this, and also, has the National Police Service failed in protecting Kenyans?
Yeah, this is a hot debate, and it's a very strange occurrence in the country with the allegations of abductions and disappearance of some Kenyans, and then reappearance of the same Kenyans. It's very strange drama, but for me, I want to approach it from security perspective.
Okay.
What is the role of security? And we are a democratic country. We are not a colony of any external force. We are a free and independent state, one governed by a constitution and laws, and responsibilities assigned to everybody in government. And to avoid excuses, power was decentralized from the center, from the presidency, and devolved to institutions. And Police Service Commission is one institution that was empowered by the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and it is an independent constitutional commission that is accountable to Parliament, and its operational funding is appropriated by Parliament. And let me come quickly to what this administration has done, the administration of William Ruto in terms of dealing with security of Kenyans, extrajudicial killings. Prior to election, what was identified by Kenya Kwanza is the abuse of criminal justice system and extrajudicial killings being executed in this country. And let us not forget, bodies were recovered from River Yala. Human bodies were recovered from River Yala. And a container was identified where some Kenyans were executed through extrajudicial killing here. Bodies were exhumed in Shakahola. So many of them, many Kenyans, and I don't think even the graves all the graves have been opened up. Femicide was reported the other day here in Kenya, and bodies were recovered from a quarry. And whoever was responsible escaped through police custody. And it's like we kept quiet as if all these issues were normal. But one person who has come out very strongly to really reassure Kenyans is the president. And he said there will be no extrajudicial killings during my leadership. And that is why he gave accounting powers, the IG of police. Now, when the IG of police is telling us that he doesn't know who is abducting, because what essentially saying is that these Kenyans who have disappeared have not been arrested by the police. And he says he doesn't know who is conducting the abduction. Does it mean that he doesn't know who are running this criminal gang of likely abducting Kenyans? And therefore, the exact truth of what has happened, we don't need to politicize and sensationalize the way we've done. Let us get down to the specific issue. Where were these 6 Kenyans who resurfaced the other day? Who abducted them? And who is this who is capable of abducting these Kenyans, because that would be illegal. So therefore, without politicizing and trying to blame the president and pull the president, can we hold institutions accountable? Because the president is not a police officer, and he's only the president of the republic. Yes. But what officers do in their respective offices matters a lot. They must be held accountable. And in terms of government, Parliament exercise the power of oversight. I've seen the courts have summoned the IG.
Yes.
That is a judicial process.
Yes.
But then Parliament also has the responsibility of oversight on behalf of the people.
I was actually coming to that because I wanted to know what is the role of oversight in all this.
Yeah, they must be oversighted. And the president has said any government officer can be summoned. The IG can be summoned to Parliament. The CS Interior can be summoned to Parliament. And this matter then can be prosecuted under Hansard and records of the National Assembly, so that we get down to the bottom. So I would like to say the security of Kenyans is vested in the police service, and it is properly funded, that they are able to investigate. The DCI can know the location of all of us, where we have been, what we are doing, and where we are. Even if they don't use the telephonic gadgets, they are able to investigate and know exactly where we are. The combined efforts of the criminal Directorate of Criminal Investigation, with one of the most sophisticated, even forensic infrastructure within the country, together with the NIS and the technology infrastructure that they have, they're able to get down to this. So what Kenyans want is clear explanation, and this explanation should come from the police. And we should ask, I will ask Kenyans refrain from trying to pull the president to the murky depth of the work over Department of Government.
I want to engage you on that. You are saying something about DCI knowing everybody, everyone where they are through their phone. Then again, how can they now come and say they do not know who is abducting Kenyans?
You see, that is why I made the assertion that the issue of abduction, probably, I think Dr. Evelyn has mentioned around, matters to deal with, cultural fixes, and the whole aspect about sociological and, psychological impact it has on, on the psyche of a nation, not only on individuals.
Yes.
Sosion has given a security aspect bit of it, and the responsibility for accountability. And definitely, I agree with all our perspectives here. But I would also try enough to point out where the President of the Republic would still be held to account.
Yeah.
And definitely, like I've said, that the buck stops with the President. I mean, he is the topmost. People call him Kenya One, someone who should be. We don't have anywhere to go but to ask the father of a nation what is going on, and how that probably hurts the image of Kenya, that the president is #1 diplomat in this country. So I think in one way or the other, he would still be expected to provide answers, even if he's not in a domestic concern as Kenyans. But when he goes internationally, people will definitely ask about what is going on. But let me come back to that and put a perspective to this. The issue around abductions, I think it has been analyzed on so many perspectives as a social fact that we are all dealing with right now. And you've heard, Mike, a number of legislatures, a number of concerned stakeholders have requested the institution of family and parenthood to try to look into the issues around bringing up children in a responsible manner, to use technology in a responsible way. And I think that has come out, and I would not really want to belate a lot that, of course, the number of people have asked, is this a phenomenon that is only unique to Kenyans, that in the rise of technology and advancement of technology, in one way, young people are being creative around, but in a responsible manner, in the quest for governance, in the quest for accountability. That in the sense that youth or young people or people within the online community have portrayed their frustration in a manner that, infringe on other people's rights. Okay. That has been a question, right?
Hold on that. Okay. Hold on to that point. We're coming back to that. We take a short break. Don't go too far. This is Good Morning Kenya.
We have good news for you.
That's how I like. Tulimpata leo around saa 9 hivi asubuhi. Yes! Yes! Kaikara does not. He does not forgive easily. What will you have, my dear?
Let me have the good news first.
I got that monster.
How did you get him?
Has your mother told you that Kaikara has all our phones stopped?
What?
Ukajua tu ile mbuka tumechapia dosi usiku kucha. Hakuna kujamaza jama hapo. I don't know whether it's me who's being paranoid, but something does not sound right with this whole situation.
My heart is broken and it's calling out your name.
Katika mlango wa kuwafanyia wazazi wema tumeamrishwa tuwaheshimu na pia tuwakirimu na tuwazungumzishe kwa kauli za heshima na pia kauli zenye kuwaonyesha kuwa tunawapenda hata watakapokuwa wao ni wazee.
Na wazazi wawili kuwafanyia wema. Lakini musifun jiddan, inasikitisha mno sana anajida tupate mtu na hiyo ndo wake.
Allahumma salli ala sayyidina ya Mustafa.
But guys, that lady has a very nice figure. Yani ameua kuua.
Do I look like a light-skinned Tupac or a Dr. Dre?
Now that is what we call swag, teacher. Hey!
You know, my ex-wife wants to come to my house tomorrow to wish me happy birthday personally.
The same day you are meeting Santa?
Yes, can you imagine?
About the Mitchell.
Have you ever seen a Tito sense of fashion? What a comeback. In fact, that's the best comeback you've ever made.
Welcome back to The Viewpoint. My name is Mike. Before we went on a break, Orogo, you were talking about the irresponsible manner in which the youth are asking or in their quest for good governance. If you continue that point. Yes.
I think I was to some extent disagreeing with what I'm seeing on social media as a young person. I definitely ask myself a lot of questions. Yes, I might be frustrated with the state of the nation and probably the current state of unemployment, the current state of lack of accountability and bad governance. But I think a responsible, as a young person should be, probably questioning, engaged in a very civil and a very civilized manner by not portraying the people who we associate with as our parents in a manner, that we saw. That probably is a mistake we need to call out as a constituency of young people. Well, I understand, that there is an extremist within the setup of activism. I think that is also what we should be calling out. That even as we stand to champion for activism that is responsible in the background of, you know, all these things that we disagree with, the current state of a nation and governance, but I think we shouldn't, to some extent, our creativity do not cross the line and violate other people's rights of privacy and other people's rights, you know, that looks in a very demeaning manner. Like Daktari has mentioned, the people you portray, their silhouettes on social media are people who are people's parents, are people who are people's uncles and dads, and, you know, and live alone being in the seat of power. They are being looked differently with their families. So to that extent, let me say that I disagree with what I saw. And I think we should call that to order on a fraternity of young people. On this other flip side, I also disagree by the manner at which this was handled, Migwi. We need to acknowledge that whoever is doing this, the question we should be asking also on this panel, with the denial of the security sector and with the denial, you know, of both, executive, the court of law, and responsible agency, then I think we should ask them, who is abducting young people? Today we have an opportunity in a court of law, because the judge has asked them to be someone to provide an account of how they were abducted and what transpires in the process of their 14 days of disappearance. I hope that would provide a clear way forward to know exactly who is abducting young people, because then there's a debate around who is doing all these things, you know.
Yes, and actually, what you've said is what is captured on the front page of the Standard. The question here they have said is abductions. What does this man know? This in regards to today's appearance in court of the IG, that is Douglas Kanja. Inspector General of Police is today expected to appear in court and explain the mysterious disappearances of young Kenyans. Should the country expect answers from the police boss?
The Kenyans have always wanted answers. So many have suffered without those answers, and they cannot speak out. These children who were abducted, maybe, you know, a man is always a man. There are things you leave, I would say you refer them as unspeakable. They may have done unspeakable things to these children that we may not know for now, that maybe live long affect them. But you see, when we have a judicial system, you do not want to use it. You want is a way of disarming the judicial system and trying to communicate to Kenyans that in this particular way, the judiciary is not good enough to handle it. And because you have decided to abduct these children, you see now the question is, who is abducting? Every Kenyan is against the abductions. Like I said, even myself. But you see, no one is asking, because they took them and they went to punish them in the dark. Nobody, no Kenyan is finding out, by the way, why were they abducted? I think no Kenyan is at that point. We are at the point because it was done wrongly, because they were taken to a dark place. We don't know whatever that was happening. I saw some of them looked a bit so down. Others looked almost okay. I didn't understand which different parts they were going to and what the treatments. You know, they have not told us anything. We don't know what was happening there. But my question is, why would you want to respond on, with a hammer on a mosquito bite? According to me, these are children who need to be guided, either by the laws. If they need any amendments in Parliament, they can always do that, to fit into this, the social crimers, the social media crimers, so that it can adjust. You know, the times have changed. Maybe the rules we were using before, they need to be adjusted and fit into what is happening right now. Like, so that it can, we can trust our judiciary system. I believe we still have, we should have, we have a judiciary system that is intact and is reliable. And the big question is, why are we not using it? And why are we wanting people to be okay Why are we wanting the Kenyans to be okay that the judicial system has not been used and we are supposed to be okay and we're not supposed to ask questions? It leaves a lot of unanswered questions.
Okay.
And I don't know at what point are we going to discuss as Kenyans, because even night runners, Mike, even a night runner who runs and knocks your door, if at all there are night runners in your region, I'm not even night runners can be punished before law for causing disturbance. So there is every offense has its punishment. So why are we not making use of our judicial system?
Mheshimiwa Sosion, a section still on these matters of abduction. There's a section of Mount Kenya MPs who want a commission of inquiries constituted to probe into these abductions, what they have termed as the politicization of police.
That's a group that is politically misguided and is trying to ruffle and create unnecessary confusion from causing a lot of confusion on this matter and get down to the bottom of the whole issue. It doesn't meet the threshold of establishing a commission of inquiry. It doesn't meet the threshold of even the ICC. If so, then we should have a commission of inquiry to inquire into the bodies that were recovered at Chakahola, together with the bodies that were discovered at Kware, the femicide, and the Rivayala cases. Those are more serious cases. But with this one, and within William Ruto's administration, we've not, other than this drama of abduction, which sometimes the argument that these individuals could have gone into some holidays for themselves and pretended to have been abducted. Those are different allegations. So there is no truth about this. And to me, at the moment, let us not politicize this thing. Those who are trying to sensationalize for political expediency, it is wrong. We can't do that. This is security of the state should be treated seriously, and you should deal with empirical facts, not allegations, not imaginations, and not unverified narratives. Now, the matter is now in court. It is before a judge, and that judge is asking hard questions and has invited the IG, because the judge has not invited the president, neither has the judge invited the Minister for Internal Security, because the judiciary is seized of the constitutional functionality in terms of doing things the right way. Who is accountable? It is the IG of police. He has been summoned. And I want to believe these individuals who have reservists should also be able to recount those things in courts, but not in some forums where they're telling us stories that you really, they're not very clear. I think the right place now, since the judiciary is seized of the matter and is prosecuting the matter, can we allow the judiciary now to really deal with that matter conclusively? Because we don't want this kind of drama. Because tomorrow, Mike, I will also leave my phone at home and disappear and masquerade that I've been abducted. Some of these abductions sometimes, and when I talked with some of the DCI guys, they said, no, we've got to be very clear. Any matter of a lost person must be, if they've got to check and deal with it, then there must be an OB reported at the police station. There are also procedures of dealing with these matters criminally. It is not that you hear that somebody is lost and an OB has not been entered and you can't do it. So the depth and breadth of dealing with these criminal activities is so wide. It's only that Kenyans are being so emotional, which is okay, but I think we cannot be emotional and irrational forever. Can we now be rational? These six young Kenyans are back.
Okay.
Can they tell us where they were? Can the police do due diligence and interrogate these boys? And particularly now that the matter is seized with the judge, can we allow the judge to deal with it conclusively?
I want us to conclude.
What those scavengers, because we scavenge also on issues like to create political sensation.
No, they were
you want to
covered.
drive a
How will
political
they know?
agenda. It is wrong.
How will they know where they were?
Agreed.
No.
Agreed.
I'm talking about those who are taking advantage to drive their own selfish political agendas. No, let us isolate this thing and let us be factual, because security of our children and security of ourselves is paramount. Let's keep politics out of it. Let's keep, the president has made a statement. There will be no extrajudicial killing, and the person responsible is the IG of police, the president has said, because that's a fact. So that us as Kenyans, we should know who to be held to account and how to hold them.
But is he making that statement for the first time?
No, he's making it.
Is he making it for the first time?
He has made it time and again, and I'm sure he will make it. And he will always, because if again, let us not reduce the president to look like he's a police officer.
No, we not to reduce it.
The president is a magistrate.
He has already said that...
What's happening?
And he is giving us direction. Yeah?
That there is a pronouncement that this will not happen in my regime. But then it happens. You understand? So
and my question is, how many times has he said it? That is to measure.
And when he said extrajudicial killing, it's a warning. If you have abducted any child, don't try and kill. We will come for you.
I think
and the president
should it reach to the point of abduction?
Listen. And the president's statement is saying that we want all Kenyans alive was warning enough. And I'm sure that statement alone is what has even... If somebody was contemplating killing the boys, then that criminal stopped moving to that stage, which is good. Now that the boys are back, and the president has made a statement, and that statement remains unvaried, and it is not going to be varied. And we must help the president to ensure that that statement
we have to be realistic.
Implemented, that in this country there will be no extrajudicial killings. In this country
we need
there
to
will
be, a
be
bit
no
realistic.
abduction. So now can we get to the bottom of this? Let's allow the judiciary. And if the judiciary cannot do it conclusively, then Parliament has the ability to do so in terms of
that Parliament.
And those of us as Kenyans who are
that is why
the Parliament that we've questioned its independence. The Parliament that Kenyans felt so frustrated that is not, doing their legislative work. And that is what caused what hit up on June 25th. Because that was a message to Kenyans.
It is still our Parliament.
It is still our Parliament.
It is still our Parliament.
That we Kenyans have lacked
and
trust
as Kenyans, we must hold those Parliament to account.
Which I agree that there is a judicial process that is happening today. And that is, listen to what I said. I said it would be an opportunity. Now that the 5 or the 6 are being presented, or the court have asked that they be produced in a court of law to account. In fact, the papers are mentioning that we need to hear their story. And that is the court of law would give Kenyans an opportunity to question, like hard questions Sosyon has pointed out. But remember, it doesn't exonerate us from prosecuting it in the court of public opinion. You understand? If we feel that we are dissatisfied by the answer that is coming up from the corridors of Court of Justice, Kenyans need to question, and they will ask still hard questions. You understand? And that is why I was trying to not to absolve the president, not because he is culpable of what is happening, but by the virtue that the president of the Republic of Kenya was voted in trust. One is that the security of Kenyans are guaranteed under his regime. And secondly, because he has pronounced himself that under his regime there would be no extrajudicial killing and there would be no abduction. And that is why I was coming to say that even as he does that, and as Dr. is asking, the moment the Machi says that, there is a proof that is happening. The hard question would be then, is someone sabotaging the pronouncement of the president?
Correct.
Where is it? Because when the head of state, who is the head of the National Security Council, make a pronouncement that touches on the key critical security organs, and then something happens in the contrary. Is there an internal sabotage within the executive, or from a complicated matrix that is happening outside the political complex that the president has got to grab to? So I think these are the hard questions which Kenyans would want to know, because then we also do not want to blame the security organs when they have said that this is out of our hand, we would also ask them if the Constitution has given you the power to investigate. In fact, I agree with what Sosiona said. Kenyan is bequeathed a number of security technological systems in the region that will be able to trace real time, that will be able to provide a lot of technological assistance. Then it gives a lot of doubt. Why are we investing a lot of money in a technological system that is so much secured, yet the security is not providing an answers to police disappearance and abduction? So I think these are the hard questions we need to find ourselves in.
Okay.
I believe there is a lot of biasness in terms of application of security, because there's a saying in the security system that you can run, but you can't hide. So what happened to that? You can run, but you can't hide. Now, you say these children who were abducted to come up and tell us what was happening, wherever they were. First, one of them was saying his shirt was torn and then he was covered. Somebody covers your eyes. How will you know where you are or where you're going? You only approximate, but that you have been on the road driving to a certain, maybe you don't even know the direction, whichever direction. You know, you can be on the road for 6 hours. I think you'll start asking yourself, am I in Meru? Am I in Western? Am I in Kitui? Where am I? Because, you know, depending on how long you are on the road. So how are they going to tell us where they were? How will they tell us that, where they were? You see, and then why are we having the judiciary taking over after abduction? You see, that is the thing. You see, the question is, who is failing? Who has failed? Is it somebody sabotaging the president? Or is it a direction from the president? Because he has continuously said that he'll make sure in his tenure that we're not going to have these extrajudicial killings. We are not going to have such kind of abduction. You know, so many things have happened in this country. The femicide, so many things have happened in this country. And you see, right now, we are talking about these abductions, which is okay because we need answers. It has already happened. You know, we are not into the mitigative part of it in terms of how is it going to be from statement to actions, so that when the head of state comes up and tells us once again, because he has been using this statement, when he comes up and tells us that it's not going to happen again, but the perpetrators or the offenders, this is what will happen. Because, you know, you don't tell us, because we you know, our system, we have criminals. I think we have people with already a criminal mind as a factory setting. I think. Now, when are they going to be dealt with is when we are going to be clear that, because when you say they are not going to be these extrajudicial killings and stuff, so what are you going to do, the offenders who are going to maim the president, who are going to maim the leaders, who are going to do this? What is going to happen? You do not come out and say that it will not happen. So how will you handle these cases that made these people to be abducted? That is not going to happen again. You see, in this country right now, as we speak, we have major issues that affect our health system, our education system. The grade 9s schools are not there. I think, you know, we are talking up, fully every Kenyan is talking about abductions. We have major issues affecting our education system in that we do not have some of the classes. What is going to happen for them to have the classes? We need a system that runs. But now see one thing, just, I'm not saying it's less, it's not nice, I don't like the abductions, but we have very many issues in this country, and that every day they keep on piling. They keep on piling. Have Kenyans given themselves also some space to think about what's happening around them? What do you need to change as an employee, as an employer, as a daughter, as a son? What do you need to change? You can't keep on complaining. Of course, the economy is very tough and rough, but what are the personal decisions that you have made without tagging a leader?
Exactly. Now, let me. I want us to conclude on this matter, and I want Bwana Sossion to conclude with this. Now, all these people that have been abducted, they have been seen on social media to critique the government in a way or the other. Question is the government becoming intolerant of criticism?
Let me answer you. The government is not intolerant to criticism. It is not at all. We are a democracy. That's a fact. And criticizing the government is part of the duty of citizens. And matters of Kenyans prosecuting in their own court of public opinion is the right thing to do. But the question is, let us do it in a decent way. That is the general agreement and general consensus, that we must be a decent country. Let us even sanitize how we communicate and how we deal with issues. That is one. So the government is not intolerant. And in fact, the president was very clear when he gave a memorandum to the Speaker of the National Assembly to re-establish the office of the official leader of the opposition, and he said, we need a strong opposition to check government. We must be checked. That's a fact for sure. And any serious democracy of high standards like what we have in Kenya, this is a high standard democratic system where people can speak freely. And we don't need to punish people for their freedom of speech. But even in that freedom of speech, you don't need to infringe on the rights of others. The Constitution is clear. Where your rights end, rights of others also begin. So the Constitution is self-guiding in terms of responsibilities. What I would like to say as we conclude this particular matter is that this is a very emotive conversation in Kenya. It is not going to end today. It is developing. It is escalating itself to the next level. It is resolving itself. The matter now has been seized by the judiciary, and the judiciary has the infrastructure and the ability to deal with it to the extent that it can. But that doesn't stop other institutions that has responsibility, like Parliament, also to do so. And it is wrong for us to dismiss Parliament. Parliament is here. It is existing. It will be sitting even on the 16th of January. We have seen order of business advertised, and it does business. And all that business is recorded under the Hansard. Parliament has the Committee on Security and National Defense and Intelligence. And that committee has powers on behalf of the people in the responsibility of oversight to interrogate the IG of police, to interrogate the DPP, if they so wish, to interrogate the DCI, to interrogate the NIS, and even to interrogate the CS Interior. And that is how we should function. Let everybody be accountable. If you are talking about good democratic governance, that citizens are enjoying services, then all institutions must be accountable. So that my concern is, when we scavenge on these issues so that you expedite, you transact certain political interests that have no relevance, then we really lose the focus. I want us to remove politics completely. Let us be empirical the way we deal with this thing. Let it roll to its logical conclusion, and challenging the president that he has made a statement which has not been complied with is a normal thing, because he's the chair of the National Security Council. He will be able to deal with his security team, to deal with the cabinet, to deal with the officers that are under his purview and jurisdiction as the head of state. But he has made a statement that is clear to Kenyans, that Kenyans, there will be no extrajudicial killings. And for me, going forward, yes, it's a serious thing. Why kill a Kenyan?
You know, I'm just
Why kill a Kenyan? Why kill a Kenyan?
I'm wondering how you
where
can
we are getting
a
confusion.
politically instigated incident.
No.
Separately?
No, just allow me. It's my turn. You had your turn, respectfully. I don't want us to try and assume that these young men who were abducted actually were abducted by somebody in government or government because they were doing ABCD. That is the wrong conclusion. It is wrong because you don't have proof. Philosophically, you don't have proof. And in terms of evidence, you don't have evidence. So now, can the matter be dealt with so that it's known exactly if they were abducted, who abducted them, and why, and where were they taken? And who are these who have capacity to abduct Kenyans and they can abduct Kenyans and the police cannot know exactly where they are. We are comfortable. I'm personally comfortable. I mean, when a Kenyan is arrested, I'm personally comfortable when a Kenyan is arrested by the police. That's a legitimate entity. If I'm arrested today from these studios, by the police and it is known, that's okay, and go and present me in court. But if some other strangers can arrest me and the police cannot know, because those are statements that are within the public, and it must not be left hanging.
All right.
It will be like the femicide.
We can spend the whole day talking about this issue.
Now,
and we can spend the whole day.
As we conclude.
We are concluding. We are almost due for a break.
Somebody should tell us, this criminal who was linked to femicide and who admitted to have killed so many women and escaped in the police custody.
All right.
And we are quiet, and it's like something is normal. And if we are keeping quiet and glossing over serious issues, we'll come back to the same problem.
Okay, all right. Let's take a very short break. When we come back, we are going to deal with yet another topic, that is Raila, the AUC bid and how it shapes the 2027 politics. Don't go too far.
Unaogopa sana hawa watu.
Safira, unajua mimi sijawahi kupenda vita tangu ni mtoto.
Yaani hivi wataka kusema mtu akikuchokoza wewe utakaa tu umekunja mikono.
Hebu sema ukweli wako. Ulimwambia Kize kwamba mimba ya Karembo ni ya Kalume?
Sanyi wazee, mimba msibebe washia nini?
Tosha. Hamjamjua mwenye mimba mpaka sasa. Huruma hii ya Mbura ni ishara tosha.
Kujibu ni mimi. Hebu mpatie kibao kingine.
Ni Mbura.
Never be the same. By your strength. Tell you this vibe, this lovely vibe, this is the vibe on the beach side. Why you worried? Why you worried? Worry is unnecessary. Joy stay on hearing. That is why children are living. Chica. I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm moving the positive vibes. Stop bad mind face. You only come around to do fake things. Your little bad mind face.
You are watching The Viewpoint. My name is Mike Migwe, and now we shift gears and talk about matters to do with Raila, his AUC bid, and how it shapes the 2027 politics. But before we get into that debate, here's a clip of him speaking. Let's take a listen.
The AU will not be one of the same rhetorics where people meet a few times a year and return to their enclaves. My leadership will be pegged on the dreams of our forefathers, who expected that by now Africa would roar in one united voice. So here we know every year there's a General Assembly here. The jets come, land, and they move into here. I can tell you without fear of contradiction that 93% of the resolutions which are passed here are never implemented. So it has become a talking shop. I intend to change that to ensure that all the resolutions which are passed here are properly implemented.
Let me start with you, Mheshimiwa Sosion. That is Raila speaking. What is your take on that?
The bid for AUC chair for Kenya through Raila Odinga and also for East Africa through Raila Odinga is a very serious one, because the current global political dispensation requires that we have a stronger continent with strong intra-Africa trade, with removal of barriers like visas, and we should have a borderless continent where people of the continent can move freely, expand and strengthen the transport infrastructure network within the continent of Africa, and therefore for this to be facilitated, and also for the resolutions of the AU to be fully implemented, we've come to the realization that we need a strong chair at the AU. Yeah, and of course, in East Africa, we are talking about a political federation. We might have one president in future, and instead of relying on external strong currencies to do business, we should also be able to develop our own currency. And maybe one day we shall have one common African currency. And if you look at all the continents in the world, Africa is the richest continent in terms of mineral resources. So really, we have the potentiality to be the richest continent among all the other continents, if only we can organize our politics and organize our trade, and all the time we have strong leadership at the AU. And I think the decision by Kenya and the collective understanding by Kenya and what the president is doing to really front the bid of Raila Odinga is for the good of the country and for the good of the next generation and for the good of the future of our continent. Because let me tell you, Mike, we are on stage once and we exit. We shall leave. Even leaders will leave. But the continent will remain. The type of economy and future that we bequeath our continent matters more than our current temporary self-interest of individuals. So I think the bid for the continental bid is good, is the right one, and we have seen the Assembly of Heads of States of EAC fully support the bid, and we can see the president traversing the continent, and Raila Odinga also traversing the continent. The goodwill is there, and of course, not without challenges. There are challenges. There are those who are wishing that Raila should just fail, so that we come and have more confusion ahead of 2027.
All right.
No, let us not talk about 2027. It is wrong. Let us deal with the issue of the continent and expand our rights.
We shall come to that. We shall come
2027 will take care of itself. Kenyans will be here. Kenyans in 2027. I dare say, Kenyans in 2027, the first week of August, that day, that they will vote, they will have ballot boxes and they will vote for a president.
Okay, all right. Daktari, he also says that his leadership at the AOC will not be on the same rhetoric. What do you think is bringing different to the table?
Before I get into that, I'd like to tell Mheshimiwa Sosion in that, you know, you cannot wait until 2027 to talk about politics. We must talk about it from now.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you talk about a national seat like presidency.
Yeah.
Is not even MCAs cannot wait until 2027 to start talking about it. You need to get ready. You need to see.
That's where we go wrong.
You need to get you need to deal with
that's
hiccups.
Where we go wrong.
You need to be sure that I'm going to be the person. Are you saying? And I also want to advise him. I also want to advise him. I respect your opinion. That is your opinion. So you have to understand
Working
that other people have divergent opinions.
Yeah.
You know, that is your opinion, and I have that option of respecting it. Yeah. And then you have to know that other people think differently from what you think. So it means you have to be open to divergent views of different issues, in that the way you think about it is not the way I would think, it's not the way he would think, is not the way Mike would think. So we have to be open to each other's opinion. So I don't have to be right, or I don't have to be wrong to be the last one standing.
I'm not disrupting.
We have to agree. We have to agree that each person has an opinion. And the option I have is to respect your opinion, so and give me time to also express mine. And about AU chairmanship, Personally, I want Honorable Raila to win. I know he meets the threshold to be a leader. He has the experience, he has the wisdom, and but what I feel, many other people don't feel that way. What they feel, if he goes to AU, what that means, we are not going to have a strong opposition, and some other Kenyans feel like I'm expressing what the real issue is. We don't need to be abstract about this. Me, as an individual, I've given you my opinion. That is what I would like, and according to me, he has also, even with the broad-based, we're enjoying peace that we shouldn't have enjoyed if we didn't make a few decisions. So we need to appreciate that. But we cannot say that everybody else is feeling that way. Other Kenyans feel like him going to AUC, being the chairman, means that he's going to be an East African person, and then we are going to lack a strong opposition that keeps gives the government checks and balances that makes things move. So many Kenyans, other Kenyans feel like he should fail. Others feel that he should win. But whichever way, you know, Kenyans, we have a way of politicizing everything. This one, without asking a Kenyan to politicize or not, is already politicized, especially those ones who are not pro the president.
Yes.
And you see, so much has happened. We now have another deputy president. You know, the deputy president is a human being just like any other person. You know, it's very bad, umeonjeshwa, alafu you're not on that seat. You know, the mandate you're enjoying. You know, somebody gets angered. Me, when I see the deputy president speaking, I do not say that I want to support his sentiments, but my prayer is that his anger does not go too far away, because it will disrupt the operations of the government.
All right.
What has happened has already happened. And then what I would say is to pick up the pieces and plan better next time, so that you're not going to be out of office. We are going to have a disruptive government. We are going to lack peace until 2027, and it's my humble prayer that maybe we can lower, because what we have in this country is continuous revenge, perennial revenge. So anything I speak, because you already have an attitude with me, so you have to escalate it and modify it in a way to make me look bad.
All right,
so
Orogo,
that is what is happening in this country.
Orogo, Raila is facing competition from Djibouti, Mauritius, and Madagascar, and Djibouti is expected to give him a run for his money. What are his chances as at now?
3 weeks ago, and probably millions of Africans who are interested in knowing what their candidate envisions, tuned in and watched Mjadala African debate for the three candidates, given a fair platform to just tell the entire Africa what they have in store, and probably globally. I watched keenly the debate, and for sure you could understand that the Madagascan foreign minister, I think Randia Madato or somebody,
Richard James,
mentioned that the whole debate has been politicized to look like there are two candidates. I think that was his opening statement, in a sense that he was thinking that is a two-horse race, and it's only Kenya and Djibouti, but forgetting that Madagascar is also on the ticket. That could definitely tell you exactly what you're asking, that the competition has been what is Mohamed Yusuf vis-a-vis Right Honorable Raila Odinga's ticket on the AU position to the Commission. Mike, I think objectively speaking, and to strike a sense of patriotism, the Kenyan candidate is on the ticket. And I think let's get those facts very clearly. We like it or not, we have a Kenyan candidate who is on ticket representing Eastern Africa and the Horn of Africa, for the first time. And it's so clear that Raila articulated his vision very well by saying that African is in him. I was not only born in Africa, but African lives on him. A very strong opening statement. You asked something clearly. What is different about Raila's candidature? There are so many things that different that I saw in his articulation. Number one, he was very clear around the issues on Pan-Africanism, where he would want to take the issues of Africans and Africans for Africans. But I think that was so clear that there's been a desire to exactly understand what Pan-Africanism is in the context of a sharp geopolitical issues that are happening. Where is the voice of Africa in terms of the state of governance, the geopolitical complex issues? I think he was very clear. And why we are avoiding issues, and I want to agree with the panel, that instead of, this is the bad manners, the unique nature of Kenyans, that instead of us always looking at objectively what is on the ticket, we try to politicize even a candidate at at such a level. And I will come back to it after looking at Raila's candidate, because you're asking me. I will come back and now deal with domestic issues around the candidate of Raila. But I think we have an opportunity in the Horn of Africa, in East Africa, to have a candidate who understands the importance of African Union and African countries for the very first time being championed to have and sit at the veto power of the United Nations Security Council. That he articulated very clearly. For the very first time, we have an opportunity in the candidature of Raila Odinga to have someone who was an ideal of Agenda 2063 of what Africans should be envisioning. We have a candidate who understands that Africa, we need to stop the gun violence in Africa. And as we speak, what is the amount of bloodshed as a result of civil wars and internal insurgencies that we are seeing in African countries, in Sudan, in Democratic Republic of the Congo, in the Northern Africa, where we have insurgency in the Sahel region. We have a lot of militia in Egypt that has never settled after the toppling of Muammar Gaddafi. So I think we have a candidate who understands what it really takes. I don't know whether I have time so that I bring in these bad manners of our domestic affair in the international issues.
But we cannot run away from the politics.
That's what I'm saying. I'm coming back to it because I've addressed the issues that Raila should be addressing. But now we have a problem in this country, and I agree with my fellow panelists. For the very first time, we will have people not voting against Raila Odinga. All right? We will have people not, because the pain that I've understood in some sections of this country, that for the very first time, they are not going in ballot, for the very first time to vote against it, to vote for. This is out of the oblivion. But of course, they have a right to express what they feel about what the candidate of Raila Odinga. Raila has been a patriot of this country. And I agree, when the nation calls him for patriotic duties, he assents to it. And I would spell that it is out of his effort that we had peace, in this country. It's out of his sacrificing his own political ambitions that we have a dialogue in this country for the very first time to have a government that incorporates, that strike a government of national unity. I think these are facts that people do not want to listen to.
All right.
You understand?
Yes, all right. Now, still on that, and I want you to respond on that same note. The politics of ATS, especially when it comes to local politics, the president is very determined that the Raila gets this seat. But others may see it as the president trying to get Raila out of local politics to, so that maybe he may inherit his voting bloc.
Now, I think when we circle around local implications and who benefits and who loses, I think we lose the plot. And while I agree with Dr. Ogendo here that people have right of opinion, we can even begin planning for 2027. Fair and square. We even planned for 2032. We even planned for 2037. But what is it that we must do today, now, here on this table? That is what we call statesmanship. And statesmen look at things different. We're talking about African leaders looking at Vision 2063. They're already trying to visualize how to transform Africa to certain minimum standards by 2063. But here we are very busy working on a different framework on matters that benefits you as individuals. That is being selfish. Statesmen are selfless. And therefore, from within the circle of the African leadership, there was need to place a strong person in the AU chairmanship. And we saw right at the very beginning when this debate started, we saw General Obasanjo here, former president of Nigeria, talking and engaging. So there have been a lot of conversations. We have seen Museveni is very strong about it. Everybody is strong about it. So nobody even cares within the continent about the internal elections here in Kenya. There will be elections. And of course, there are implications on the election of Raila Odinga as President AU. One implication is that Kenya is placed at the global, at the continental and global platform to influence affairs of Africa, collectively ranging from the president to Raila Odinga, the AU. That's a fact for sure. 2027 will be handled still domestically. And shifting of strategies and looking at things afresh is one of the greatest virtues of Kenyans. So why should stomachs of people rumble simply because they are seeing an election in 2027 maybe minus Raila Odinga on the ballot? And who tells you that he will not be on the ballot either? Anyway, because that is a personal choice of an individual. So it is wrong to try and look at the implications of 2027. And why should somebody's stomach rumble? Because you are seeing a possibility of strong political ties between President William Ruto and Raila Odinga even going into 2027. That is going to benefit the political backyard of Raila Odinga. And I would like to say the political friendship, and I'm saying it on camera because we have been in this country, the political friendship of Raila Odinga and William Ruto did not start today. Who was the chief campaigner of Raila Odinga in 2007 elections? It was William Ruto. And he sat at the Serena team on behalf. So really, these are politicians who have history of relations. And working together and not working together is a normal occurrence.
Okay, I want Daktari.
And if we are going to enter 2027,
yes,
when William Ruto and Raila Odinga are reading from the same page,
yes,
in terms of local politics, then that will be good for the country.
All right. Let's say he ascends
we
to
should also
AUC.
prepare as a country. We should prepare as a country. And that is, we need to retune our minds.
All right.
There will be Kenya. There will be Kenya with the post Raila, post William Ruto, post everyone.
All right. Will go. Let's say Daktari, he ascends to the AUC.
So I think Africa is more important.
What is
than thinking about local things
in local politics?
Before I say that, I would like to say, Honorable Sosion, you shouldn't justify the friendship of His Excellency Raila and Right Honorable Raila Odinga. You don't need to give any justification. In politics, in politics, there are no permanent enemies or friends.
Yes. Yeah.
People who are enemies today, tomorrow can be friends. So we don't need to justify or trace back.
But
in politics,
in other countries,
there are so many dynamics.
Political differences are sorted out using guns.
No, you are trying to justify why they are friends.
Let Daktari make a point.
You're trying to justify why they are friends, and according to me, politicians being enemies or friends does not need any type of justification. There are no permanent enemies or friends, but there is permanent interest when it comes to that. And my opinion about if Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga becomes the chairman for AUC, what will happen is that, of course, he will be having a huge obligation in East Africa. He'll be having a big obligation that will kind of not allow him to fully participate in the operations of his home country, which I think by the time he was offering his candidature, all that was factored in. in that this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to be able to do for my home country. But what other implication will it create? We are not going to have a strong, I'm not saying other people are not strong, like Honorable Kalonzo, but the opposition, the energy in the opposition of Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is very strong. So Kenyans, depending on his opposition, I don't know who's coming in to match him when it comes to putting government into real checks and balances that make sure that
confined to the opposition forever.
What?
Raila Odinga is not condemned and confined to do opposition politics forever. Let him go and lead now
he's
Africa
not. That is,
and operate within
Honorable Sosion, I have continuously told you everybody has a different opinion on different issues. So that is my opinion, that the Kenyans feel the Raila opposition has played a good role, not only now, but in the past. We have had things falling in and stuff, When Raila comes in any situation, there is either a solution or an escalated issue, I think. So what does that mean? This is a powerful man who you can't just wish away. So Kenyans they want the best for him, and they still want him in this country. So it's both win-lose.
I want to give you enough time, 1 minute each, to give your submissions, because we are almost out of time. Let me start with you, Orogo.
Well, I indeed mentioned that we have an opportunity as a country. I wish we understand. I just wish we understand what we have in the candidature of Raila Odinga as the African Union Commission. The responsibilities, the advantages that comes to Kenya and the region, the image that the country has at the League of Nations, and what exactly would be required of him. And if we are able to put that in our mind and able to acclimatize that, then I think even on differing on domestic issues and domestic politics, then we would appreciate that indeed there is a chance for us as a country to unite around his candidature. I think that would be my sum up is, I agree with what Sosion says, 2027 elections would come and go. We'll have 2022 elections would come and go. But then there are opportunities that comes to a nation once in a while that we would wait for centuries again to have it. Then we have responsibilities to have it. I think we have one united, indivisible Kenya as a republic.
Daktari?
I would say I would wish Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga to win. And then I would like maybe for us to also get used to new. Sometimes we become so defensive of we can have a new opposition that is going to be even strong, but that one cannot overweigh us. And we are going to Kenya as a country. Raila will not be chosen chairman as Raila from Nyanza. He'll be chosen as chairman as Raila from Kenya. And then on the political arena and platforms, that places us very well because we are going to be on the negotiation table in the continent. And I think that is good. And I would like to also, to our government, and I'd like to say, can we, so much has happened. What has happened, we may not be able to change it at this point. But we should be asking ourselves, be it as a government, be it as the citizens, what can we do better than we were doing for us to have peace in this country?
Mheshimiwa Sosion.
I think it's exciting to see in our generation and in our time the continent coming together. And we are looking at the continent in terms of total prosperity and competitive economically together with the rest of the continents. And one item is silencing the guns in the continent. We must free Africa of violence and the culture of violence and thinking violence and free the minds of Africans to look at things differently. And it's exciting that then we want to give the future of Africa a prosperous economy and at the domestic level, even as we endeavor to lead the continent. A lot of good work is happening domestically, and that should be continued.
All right.
If you look at the inflation, is at 2%, 2 something, down from 9. If you look at economic growth rate, we're almost at 5%, probably it should double. We look at the stabilization of the dollar, reduction of the fuel prices, and food availability.
All right.
Because we must produce, within the SDG framework, one key goal, and I think goal number 2, is food sufficiency and production.
Thank
so
you.
all these, I think we are doing very well
we
as
are
a
out
country,
of time,
and we should link it to the continent, and we'll be able to do more.
Thank you so much. That is Honorable Wilson Session, who is a former nominated MP, Dr. Evelyn Ogendo, a political analyst, and Daniel Orogo, also a political analyst, joining us here on Good Morning Kenya and talking about various issues. This is where we end this segment. My name is Mike Migwe. Vivian Ndegwa is up next. Don't go too far.
Joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist Noor Bakayoko shares some insights on bullying and what can be done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health crises.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
But guys, that lady has a very nice figure. Yani ameua kuua.
Do I look like a light-skinned Tupac or a Dr. Dre?
Now that is what we call swag, teacher. Hey!
You know, my ex-wife wants to come to my house tomorrow to wish me happy birthday personally.
The same day you are meeting Santa?
Yes, can you imagine?
About the Mitchell.
Have you ever seen a little sense of fashion? What a comeback. In fact, that's the best comeback you've ever made.
Never be the same by your strength. Tell you this vibe, this lovely vibe, this is the vibe on the beach side. Why you worry? Why you worry? Worry is unnecessary. Joy stay on hearings. That is why children are living. Chica. I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm moving into positive vibes. Stop bad mind face. You only come around to do fake things. Your little bad mind face.
Mbona waogopa sana hawa watu?
Safira, unajua mimi sijawahi kupenda vita tangu ni mtoto.
Yaani hivi wataka kusema mtu akikuchokoza wewe utakaa tu umekunja mikono?
Hebu sema ukweli wako. Ulimwambia Kize kwamba mimba ya Karembo ni ya Kalume?
Sasa wazee, mimba msibebe washia nini?
Tosha. Hamjamjua mwenye mimba mpaka sasa. Huruma hii ya Mbura ni ishara tosha.
Kujibu ni mimi. Hebu mpatie kibao kingine.
Ni Mbura.
I never heard the music so sweet. I repeat.
Wagwan, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, each and every Monday we have to shell down the place with nothing but the best of smooth way the vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu, tupo side, giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by doing blazing hot hip-hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She say she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday with me, DJ_Liza Diva,
DJ Colda,
and me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunyongwa. Hadija ai, money especially ukisonga.
Okay, welcome back. This is Good Morning Kenya. Thank you for staying with us. And on our next conversation right now, we will be talking about giving back to the community. And joining me for that conversation is one Gideon Mwangi Gathemba. He is the co-founder, Gathemba Edwards Foundation. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm good.
You're well?
I'm well.
All right, let us begin by first getting to understand what the foundation is all about.
Gathemba Edwards Foundation is a foundation that myself and my co-founder, Miles Edwards from Scotland, we started way back in the year 2014 with objective of supporting less privilege in the society, that is mainly in education. Myself, professionally, I'm an athlete, and I met him as I attended one of the ceremony in his home city, Aberdeen. That is Aberdeen Sport Village. And from that day, we became good friends. And later, he visited me in Kenya. Lucky enough, we chanced to visit one of home that support less privileged children in Karatina. And that is where the idea of starting this organization or charitable organization started with 22 children.
Okay. What was the reason behind starting it? Like, what prompted you to get to start it now and have it based on that, like it is educational, you are supporting, you know, children go through their education?
Myself, I was born in a family of 7, and the way I was brought up, it was not well up. Going to school, used to walk for about 6 kilometers in the morning and then in the evening. And many other times that I was sent home because of lack of school fees. So that really steamed me when I was in a position to start this foundation, or when I met this friend of mine, because of the challenges that I went through when I was young. I was feeling like if I get a chance to support, I can just give back to the community. And that is what was pushing me and still pushing me until now. Yeah.
You mentioned you have 22 children that you're supporting, or the number has gone up since then?
Yeah, we started with 22. We got more people supporting. Now as we talk, we have over 600.
Wow.
And we are limited by resources. If we get more money, we can reach more. And we have more programs that go hand in hand with education. You know, for a child to achieve his or her dream, there are things that have to go hand in hand. They have to feed, they have to have good clothes, nice houses. We have all these programs, and even supporting them psychologically. That is we do counseling to to make sure that they do it well. If there is any challenge, we counsel them, we show them the way. Yeah.
What would you say are some of the pressing needs in the community right now?
The most pressing thing right now, as far as children are concerned, is school fees. Right now, being back to school day, you go to my office, there are so many people requesting for support. So the most challenging thing right now is school fees, because, okay, the government is doing nice things, supporting, but it is not enough. We need people to support more, or to support whatever government is doing. So if we can have more people having this kind of idea, the world would be a better place for us.
A better place to be in.
Yeah.
How do we go about making a lasting impact? You know, impact that is not just temporary.
The moment we educate a child, we change the whole world. Like now, I thank God so much because we started with 22, and some of them have graduated and they are working. We have produced doctors, we have produced technicians, people who are now building our country, who are able to rely on themselves. So if you educate one child, then you change the whole world for the better.
Yeah. And also, you know, with giving back to the community, it's not for everyone, I would say. You know, not everyone can take that mantle upon themselves and say that, you know, I want to start something that will be able to give back to maybe the community that raised me or the community that is around me. What would you say drives you?
Say again?
What drives you to keep doing this?
Giving is something that is in person. Myself, I was supported also by the community because my parents were not up and they could not, they would not be able to support me to the level that I would wish. But I was supported by members of community. So I also have to give back, to appreciate. And the only way that I can appreciate is by holding somebody's hand. I educate, I show the way. And it is my joy to see that I hold somebody's hand from the lowest level to the highest. So it is my joy to see that I support, I show direction. I make somebody from a nobody, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, you have around 600 students that you are supporting, you know, from the foundation. Maybe how do you go about picking who is to be part of this initiative?
Being a founder, I'm also a church member. I attend a church in my hometown. So I meet so many people in the church. I also work hand in hand with the administrator, that is chiefs, assistant chiefs, village elders. So they bring the cases because they are the people who are in contact with people in the villages and they know the needed people. So when they bring the case to our attention, we go on ground. We do our assessment. If we are satisfied, then we start the journey.
So you work with churches, you work with
teachers, and administrations
as well. What's the importance of having such foundations, or generally just what's the importance of giving back to the community?
As I said earlier, when we educate a child, we change the entire society for the better. And because right now, if you educate a child and he or she become a doctor, they'll be saving lives in the hospitals. If they become, if one become a teacher, they will be equipping children as far as knowledge is concerned. So everyone can become a world changer by contributing or doing just something a little. And it is not necessary that you give so much. Just a little thing that can make a difference. Once we combine the effort, 10 shillings, 20 shillings, you buy a book, you buy a piece of a book, a pencil, rubber, it make a difference. Yeah.
Where's the best place to start? You know, for someone who maybe has been having that dream, or it's part of their goal to maybe start up something that would be helpful to the community, not just in education, but maybe in one way or the other, maybe help with sanitation and all that. Probably, how would you advise one to start?
Myself, I can say that starting this foundation was godly, because it is something that I had not planned. Throughout my career, I met Miles Edward, my co-founder. We visited Karatina, so it is not something that I was planning. It is something that is godly, and I can say that if something is godly, it will expand. It will have no boundaries. So because I did not have plan, but it came in me, I started it, and it is expanding in a godly way. So I cannot explain how I can. I cannot advise somebody how to start, because this came in me in a godly way. Yeah.
So you can't really give the steps on how to go about, maybe starting up a foundation that is giving back or something of the sort. Yeah,
maybe I can only advise depending on what person want to start. I can advise, but I cannot tell you this is the way to go.
So you're saying if you have the vision and you just start?
Yeah, you just start. And even the Bible says that you write your vision in big number, So if you have any vision, you are not limited by anything. You just go on, start, God will give you direction. Yeah.
Okay. And what would you say are some of the challenges maybe that face such foundations or organizations that give back to the society?
There are a lot of challenges. One, financial challenges. Right now in my waiting list, I have so many people who are requesting for support, but because of limited sponsors or people who support us, we are not able to reach to the number that we would wish. If we can have more people supporting us, then we'll be in a position to reach out more. So financial challenges is one of the biggest, I can say, challenges that we have. Number two, many other times that we are dealing with the youth, and they also have their challenges. We need to keep monitoring them, keep showing them the way, keep advising them, and for that matter, we have that department that deals with counseling, and we have seen it work. Initially, we used to support. Sometimes you can support, you give your hand, but because of the pressure of the youth, they go out of the way. And we even had some of them dropping out of the school, and it's a challenge to the youth, we understand. So there are things that we have done, we have come together and we have advised and we have seen it work. Number three, we also have parents who don't understand that we are there to support, or we are supporting them. They think that it is their right, or they think because we have donors from abroad, we have a lot of money, we can support them with everything that they need, forgetting that we're there to support them. We're there to support their kids in education, and we are getting support from people. So they end up forgetting. So they relax. That is as far as their responsibilities are concerned. So they leave everything to us, and that have been a big challenge, I can say, among the challenges that we have.
Yeah. And how do you deal with such challenges now?
As I mentioned, we have that department that do counseling from parent, from also the beneficiaries themselves, that is the children. And we thank God so much because we have people who have been volunteering, professional counselors. They come, they say, we are going to offer 3 hours in a day, that is in a week. And in case you have any case that would need our attention, please let us know. We are going to offer ourselves. And that is how we have been tackling the issue.
Yeah. And maybe what more should be done in order to support such initiatives, and maybe who would you call upon to come on board?
As I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of programs that would need support so that this vision grow or expand further. We have people who don't have a place that they can call home. And for that matter, we came up with the ideas of building villages or a place that they can call home. And we have managed to build, to buy our own plot. One is in A10, Elgeyo Marakwet. The other one is in Nyeri County. The latest one is in Kirinyaga. So we have been building houses for the families that don't have a place that they can call home. And we have brought smile in their faces, because imagine you don't have money to pay rent, you don't have a place to call home, you are worried where you will go tomorrow, and you have kids. So we have managed to build several villages. So and to build a house, you need iron sheet, you need cement, you need all these stuffs. So in case we have anyone who would, or anyone who can be in a position to build a house, we don't build houses that cost a lot of money. We build and we equip the houses with furnitures and all that. So somebody may ask how they can chip in. If they have, anyone would have iron sheet, a kilogram of nails, a bag of cement, things like that, solar panels, because for the areas that we have the villages, the easiest or the cheapest way to manage, we do solar panels to light the houses. So there are many ways that people can chip in.
Yeah. Do you feel like we have enough of such initiatives around? For yours, you're dealing with around 600 children. I'm sure there are many, many more who need that kind of help. From your perspective, and since you deal with the community, do you feel we have enough of such initiatives?
It is not enough. I can say it is not enough. If we could have more people coming up with these kind of ideas, we will make the world a better place, as I said in the beginning. So it is not enough, to be honest. We need people to come on board, because we know, or in the villages, we have seen people or children walking to school with barefooted. We have seen children going to school, they don't take breakfast. They don't take, even in the evening when they come back home, they don't know, the parents don't know where they will get food for the kids from. They go to bed without food. And it is a big challenge. So if we have people who can volunteer, especially to public primary schools, that is why we have a lot of challenges. People come to school, they have not taken breakfast. They don't know where, or parents are not in a position to pay for the lunches if it's there. And it's challenging. Even uniforms, it's a big challenge. So we need people come in and support these kind of ideas. If you're there, you can support the school that you think is going a lot of challenges. You can feed a child or two, and then God will bless you. Imagine a young kid, 8, 10 years, going to school without breakfast, and there is somebody somewhere in his or her store, there's a lot of food. We need to be to have that big heart, you know. When you feed a child for a day or two, surely you will open doors for your blessings.
Yeah, for sure. So maybe as we come to an end of this conversation, what impact would you say it has made so far?
I can say that we have, there's a lot of impact because we have some of our beneficiaries who are working. We have a doctor, we have one of our boy who we educated is now working in Kerugoya as a doctor, and we feel so much proud of that.
And you started educating this boy from around what age?
From class 6.
From class 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm proud of that, you know, to hold somebody's hand and by the end of the day, he or she become a doctor. And we have many other achievements that we can say. So I can say that we are proud of what we are doing, and we look even forward to doing more. Yeah.
Maybe what other success stories would you love to tell us about?
Because it was born, the foundation idea was born as a true athlete. Myself and my co-founder Miles Edward met. I can advise the parent to show their kid the way, especially now that we have CBC system that is in education. Myself, I was supported by my parent because of that talent, and I managed to go all the way internationally because of their support. So for the parent, if they realize that their kids have a talent, it's good they support the talent. They never know. It might be of benefit in the future. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Gathemba, thank you so much for joining us and for talking to us about giving back to the society. Maybe your last remarks?
I would call upon Kenyans to come up with this idea to make Kenya a better place, and mostly to support in education and anything that can add value in somebody's life. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. That was Mr. Gideon Mwangi Gathemba, who is the co-founder of Gathemba Edwards Foundation, and we were talking about giving back to the community. And one thing I've taken from him, you can, as long as you have the resources, if you are able to pick someone, a person or two, just pick a hand or two to help and support, you would make the world a better place to live in. This is where we end this particular conversation, but don't you go too far. Good Morning Kenya gets to continue in a bit.
Mbona waogopa sana hawa watu?
Safira, unajua mimi sijawahi kupenda vita tangu ni mtoto.
Yaani hivi wataka kusema mtu akikuchokoza wewe utakaa tu umekunja mikono?
Hebu sema ukweli wako. Ulimwambia Kiza kwamba mimba ya Karembo ni ya Kalume?
Sanyi wazee, mimba msiebebe ya washia nini?
Tosha. Hamjamjua mwenye mimba mpaka sasa. Huruma hii ya Mbura ni ishara tosha.
Kujibu ni mimi. Hebu mpatie kibao chengine.
Ni Mbura.
pollution might not be a major concern to most of us, but it is among the leading causes of death in Kenya, and especially right here in Nairobi. The World Health Organization estimates that 19,000 people die annually from air pollution. Today we shift our focus on transport air pollution, its effects on the environment, and most importantly, its effects to you and me, and generally, the human life. Transport is one of the biggest contributors to air pollution, and it affects health in many ways, both positively and negatively. Some of its benefits include access to education, employment, goods, services, and leisure, as well as incorporating physical activity into daily living. The transport sector, however, has its setbacks when it comes to the human health and climate change. For instance, air pollution, noise pollution, obesity, greenhouse gas emissions, and injuries. In this case, transport air pollution is one of the leading risk factors for death, but its impacts go even further. And according to Dr. Mwaniki, a climate change expert, air pollution is one of the main contributors to global disease burden.
Air pollution has many impacts. The main concern is its impact on health. Some of the biggest issues is things like asthma, heart diseases, stroke. It has also been linked to premature stillborns, and also some forms of cancer, and also diabetes. So it's linked to a lot of diseases. And why this is the case is because when you breathe in that air, the way God made your system, if you eat dirty food, the stomach has acids and a way of getting rid of those elements that get into the food system. Same thing with water, but when you breathe in dirty air, the system did not evolve or was not created to live in polluted areas. So when you breathe in that air, it goes straight to your lungs, and then from the lungs, it penetrates to the bloodstream. So there is no protection mechanism. And because different chemicals are usually in the air, so once they get in the bloodstream, then they affect different organs differently. And that's why you hear it has these very wide health impacts. In the short term, when you breathe that air, you might feel wheezing, coughing. Those are the immediate impacts when you're in a smoky house. But when you're in a room like this or walking around the city, you might not experience those short-lived impacts. But once you breathe those chemicals and get into their bloodstream, then later on they'll have some impact to your health.
To some extent, transport pollution leads to effects on mental health, including risk-taking and aggressive behaviors, depression, and the post-traumatic psychological effects of accidents, which shortens life expectancy. In prenatal, air pollution leads to reduced growth. At birth, it leads to decreased lung growth, reduced lung function, lower respiratory infections, and developmental effects. Air pollution concentrations on roads are relatively high, and commuters face unavoidable exposure during commuting as they are near the sources of emissions.
When a car passes through you, where you are seated or walking, you see the smoke, you smell the gasoline. Transport sector contributes around 40 to 50% of pollution in Nairobi. And the main reason is because there are very limited regulations on how to maintain vehicles.
Transport air pollution plays a major role when it comes to climate change.
Air pollution has a couple of pollutants that also do drive the climate system. And they're called the short-lived climate pollutants. These include particulate matter, things like ground level ozone, NO2, which is more of an air pollution, but because of atmospheric processes, it does lead to formation of ozone. We do have other things like black carbon, which is an air pollutant, is a particulate, but also is a major driver of air pollution.
Greenhouse emissions, which could result from human activities such as burning fossil fuels and deforestation, release gases like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, among others, which have been proven harmful to the human body and the environment into the atmosphere, trapping the heat from the sun, hence causing global warming, which contributes to both health issues and climate change with severe temperature changes. There are several strategies we can, however, apply to curb transport air pollution. For instance, promoting public transportation, which includes the use of buses, trains, and subways, which in turn reduces the number of individual car trips and lowers emissions. Active transportation, which involves walking and cycling, is another step toward reducing transport air pollution, not only in Nairobi, but across the country. The Kenyan government has put in effort towards transitioning to electric vehicles, which is a move that will help reduce emissions and also help curb the risk of transport air pollution. Efficient urban planning is another key strategy, as it involves designing cities to minimize travel distances, integrate residential, commercial, and recreational areas to reduce the need for long commutes. Building climate change resilient infrastructure or investing in infrastructure that adapts to changing climate conditions would also be a possible solution to address the transport changes in Kenya. Remember, let's unite to clear the air, safeguarding our health and the generations to come.
Now, from that very informative feature on transport pollution, we switch gears to yet another conversation. And this time round, we will be talking about something that is very relevant as we are getting to, as we are already in the beginning of the year. It's a new year, and we'll be looking at actualizing New Year's resolutions. Many people set up resolutions, set up goals at the beginning of the year, but how do you stay on course and ensure that you get to actualize these resolutions by the end of the year or by the time frame that you have set for yourself? That is what we will be looking at, and joining me for that is one Mr. S.M. Amimo, who is a transformative speaker. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
All right, let us start off by just setting base. You know, when you talk about New Year's resolutions, what are we looking at?
So when we talk about New Year resolutions, we are talking about the things, you know, from the word resolve. Resolution comes from the word resolve. So it means that these are things that you have decided on. So I've decided on this. So there, some people can also call them commitments. So these are just commitment. And the way they are called New Year, so means that it is a succeeding year. So you're saying in this coming year or in this year that I am starting today. So either somebody can look at it by the while still in the preceding year, but somebody can look at it while already in the new year and saying that from this year, I'm going to do this. This is my commitment. This is my resolve. A New Year resolution, this is something that can be traced back almost 4,000 years back in the in the time of in the rule of Babylonians. As you know, that the world was being ruled by kingdoms. So if you look 4,000 years back, the Babylonians they had some like a 12-day ritual, and this was being celebrated about they're saying about April, and so it means that they were committing, they were affirming their loyalty to their king, or they were crowning a new king, and also they were committing to their gods. If they did something bad in the preceding year, they are saying in the succeeding year, I will do something good. And this thing has been, and it has come with names. So if you look at it, history still, in 1671, there's a Scottish person called Anne. That is where the records of New Year resolution can be picked. And even then, she called it resolutions. And this was picked in Hadari. So then it kept on evolving and getting the better name now, the New Year resolution. And first, it was most dominant in the religious setup, and now then it burst. But we find that New Year resolutions is something that has transcended even borders. It knows no sect, it knows no religion, it knows no country. So it means that every person, every religion is talking about New Year, every person, every individual, every gender. So it only depends on which time. As you know that the world is being run by the Gregorian calendar. So, but you can still find that there are some countries like China, which they have their own calendar, Ethiopian. So it means that as much as we in Kenya, we are saying we're already in our new year, but them, they will be having their new year. So it means that mine I might set now, theirs they might set then. And also sometimes you find that in institution, sometimes they have their financial year coming from the 1st of July. So for an institution, their new year, or even government, the new year is 1st of July. But for an individual like me, who am using the Gregorian calendar, then I'm saying my new year resolution will start to be implemented in 1st of January. Yes.
All right. Well understood.
Thank you.
Know, you've given us the history, actually. So now, what's the best way, according to you, to set the tone right for the year?
Great. So the best way to set the tone right, already we are in the year, but the best way is to look at what you want, what you are resolving to achieve in the coming year. You need to look at it in the preceding year. So today we are in 2025, but these things ought to have been set in 2024. Yeah, so that exactly in 1st of January you can start implementation, or January itself you can start implementation. But that's still okay. But so I believe it's how do we plan them is very, very important. And when do we plan them? Yes. And so why do we plan them? Those are some of the questions while you're doing New Year resolution you must do. Sometimes it's just a feel good. You've been motivated. You know, as a transformative speaker, sometimes I do motivation. And you know, even when you sit in motivation setups, you feel like some goosebumps. You feel I need to move. So somebody's talking about an house. This new year we need to buy an house. And so you're just doing it because you feel you're being told that people in 35 need to have homes. But is it really important to you? So why are you really deciding on those new year resolutions? Such a question that you need to ask, and then will help us to know now how do we actualize them.
Yeah, so they should be tailor-made specifically for you. You know, it's individual to individual. It's not one shoe fits all. Right?
Then so maybe I can add, then you also need to be deliberate and intentional. You know, because we are saying New Year resolution. So every person, when the year starts, because I say when the year starts with a bang, that you cannot really say, ignore that I didn't know that the year started. For example, literally, when the year starts, it starts with fanfare, a lot of noise. So you, even if you're sleeping, even if you didn't check your calendar, you will know that there's something happening. And even if you look food-wise, that day you find people cooking. So it starts with a bang that you have to realize it. But so you have to be deliberate, not just to say, we are in 2025 January, then I must have New Year resolution. It is not a must, but it is. It should be. You have to be intentional and deliberate that I'm setting New Year resolution, and not that I'm just fulfilling a ritual. As I've told you, it came, you know, in Babylonian, in Rome, they were doing it as a kingdom, and so the people of that kingdom, it was a ritual. So let us move it from ritual now to become an intentional thing that we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Maybe what are some of the common mistakes that people make, you know, while setting their New Year's resolutions?
Great. So some of the common mistakes, you know, because I've said New Year resolution is just they can also be called commitments or things we have resolved to do. So sometimes we leave them to be ambiguous. But I feel that one of the things that people doesn't do is not making them goals. And so when you make them goals, then now you apply the model of SMART goals. So you find that people doesn't do that. So it means that are they really specific? Somebody say that I want to build a home. A home encompass a lot of things. It asks the building itself, the house. It asks the compound. It's at the area where we can do the landscaping. So while you are saying I'm building a home, what is that home meaning to you? So you must also be specific, and many times people are not specific. So that's a mistake they do. You have also to make sure that is it realistic. And this, when you're looking at realistic, you're looking at realistic to you yourself. Then you're looking at the environment and the circumstances that you are in. As a person, you might be willing, you might be financially capable, but the environment is not enabling. So those are things that you must look, is it really specific? Then another mistake that people also do is just living this New Year resolution as big things, the way I've said, so that you must make sure you put them into segment. So then now you set timelines for each segment. So I'm saying a home, I can say that by end of Q1, I've already fenced the place that I want to build my home. By the end of Q2, I've already planted trees, I've already done maybe the landscaping. And then when I'm getting to Q4, for example, in Q3 already I've started building. In Q4 I'm finishing my house. If it is a small house, that can take maybe 6 months. Knowing that today we have technology that you can build a house very fast. And you can even see even the skyrocketing buildings can be built very fast. So you must also segment them and then give them timelines to achieve them. Then another mistake is, you see, yes, there's some philosophy that you don't talk about what you want to achieve. Because people will badmouth it and what. But that, I feel, people sometimes fail to identify good people they can share with. So once you identify people you share with these resolutions, these people become your accountability partner. So if you don't have accountability partner, somebody will remind you. You told us that you are going to do an house. Why have you not built an house? Maybe sometimes you just forgotten. So you need people feel to share, then they lack accountability partners that can also act as reminders. But I know now with the technology, you can also put reminders, like even through your phones, to remind you that now Q1 is over. You want to have finished the...
But I feel like having an accountability partner is really important.
Yes.
You know, rather than you just maybe setting it somewhere on your phone, then it gets to remind you.
Great.
I feel having someone who's keeping you in check. You know, or you're keeping each other, in check. You're both on toes on the resolutions you made is much better. You know, someone would ask you, okay, so where are you now with what you had said? You know, at this time, how is the progress? I feel like that's really something that would help with you keeping you know, keeping at your resolutions maybe.
That's true. And also you see, when you have a person, you know, for example, phones, it's like how we set alarms. You can ignore it.
Right? But when there's someone who's constantly talking to you about it. Yeah.
And also this person can also help you know why you're still stuck. You know, you can also be stuck. You are willing. You are willing to achieve that goal in first quarter, but you are stuck and you just need an idea. So that person can give you just an idea to make sure now you can move forward and achieve that specific commitment. Yeah.
So the best way to go about setting your resolutions for the year for someone who's probably looking to do that now, because they hadn't done it by the end of last year or at the very beginning of this year, the best way to go about it is to go through avoiding the mistakes that you've mentioned.
That's it.
Right?
That's it.
So, and mainly just ensuring you follow that SMART.
Yes.
That SMART technique, whereby you ensure that your goals are specific, they're measurable, they're realistic. It's also timely. You don't give yourself a time frame that you know clearly you're not able to achieve. Yeah, and achievable as well. I had left that A. So yeah, that's actually, if someone comes to you and asks, the best way to set them up is go through that. Use that
just
formula.
make them goals, not just commitments. And make them goals.
Okay. All right. Okay, so more often than not, we always get roadblocks on the way. I mean, it's never just a smooth sailing road for every one of us or even any one of us. So maybe what's the best way to go about handling the hiccups that you meet on your way, you know, as you work towards achieving your goals?
Okay. So the best way, number one, is to stay focused. So once I've stayed focused, I cannot deviate because I know that is something that I want to achieve. Number two is to seek help. Because sometimes we are stuck and we think we have the solution. Yes, many times, even psychologists talked about that solution relies on you. And even motivational speakers, they will say solution relies on you. Yes, it relies on you, but you need an idea from someone. You need an help of someone. For example, it is just financial problem that is making you not achieve that goal. It's bringing a roadblock. Maybe a friend, maybe a relative, maybe a bank can help you. Seek help. So once you seek help, maybe you can move. Number two is also to review your commitment. It is not wrong to review your commitment. So maybe you overestimated as much as you try to look at it in the SMART model approach, but maybe you might still have overestimated. So you can review that goal so that you achieve something. Don't just be stuck and say, for example, the way I was giving a simple illustration of a home, you say I wanted to build an home and you find you're stuck. Don't just leave it there. There's some small things in that home that you can build. You can buy a tree for 100 shillings and plant, because those trees are part of what we call a homestead. A good homestead has trees, has fruits. So there's some you can review and say, as much as I wanted to build all of it, I can build something. Then you also have to learn from your mistakes that you do, and learn also the things that are wrong. Then also sometimes we fail to invest in ourselves. Let us also invest in ourselves. Sometimes we are just failing, or the roadblock is just that we are burnt out. It's a lot of pressure. So we must learn to invest in ourselves so that we have the energy to push. But while I finish, I would just like also to say that in that point, that as much as we said you might not have made your new year resolution last year, or maybe at the start of January, it's still not too late. They say it is not too late to do good. You can do it now and in the right way, and at the end of the year, you achieve something.
That's absolutely true. It's never too late for anything, really. Now that you've brought up the matter of being able to review your resolutions or goals, probably what role does flexibility and adaptation play in all of this? Because, you know, when you talk about reviewing, it means you need to be able to be flexible and are ready to adapt to anything that comes your way. So what role does it play?
It is very, very important. And it's not just a matter of saying, I'm flexible. It's a matter of practicing it. So then it entails a lot, because you must be a person who can slow down. You know, sometimes it's about we do activity, actions, but can I slow down? There's now new methods that coaches are helping people to know how to meditate. So during that time, you can slow down and refocus. You can pause and refocus. And being flexible is very, very important, because there's sometimes you say that I'm just rigid to my to what I wanted to achieve, you might even lose. Let me say it is a business. You're saying I must put my 2 million saving in this business, and already you have been warned by the financial forecast that there's some economic turbulence. Let me call it that way. And you say I must. You are just rigid. I already said I must start a business.
So I have to.
So I have to put my all 2 million there. So being flexible is helpful, because it can save you life, it can save you money, it can save you your energy, it can save you even you being healthy, mental-wise and even physical-wise. Yeah.
And with that, maybe what are some strategies that one should set or put in place in order to ensure that these resolutions that I've made, they are smart? Yes, you've made smart resolutions, you've looked at everything you need to look at as you set them. Now, what strategies should one put in place to ensure you're actualizing them?
Great. So you must, if possible, I know now we are going digital and we're saying we are paperless, but it's also good to just write them and put them in a very strategic place. So maybe your bedroom is your strategic place. You put them in that strategic place, and you say, every now and then, and you write them so big that every now and then they disturb you. You can see them. And so it means that this is a strategy that will really help you to ensure that at least every time and again, you can be seeing what you want to achieve. It acts as a physical reminder that this is the goal that I want to achieve. Another strategy is really keeping the focus, and you must teach yourself how to keep focus. And so that is very, very important. You know, it's very easy to say I'm focused, but you must teach yourself to stay focused. So I know there are no schools more so that teach us how to be focused, but I know now with what we call self-development, there's a way you can train yourself to stay focused. I believe that will be the best way, some of the strategies that we can put in place to ensure that we can achieve what we already plan. As much as we have the reminders, as much as we have the accountability partners, because accountability partners can tell you, but you don't do. Then avoid procrastination. Avoid procrastination. You know, many times I say, I will do it. I will do it.
I'll start tomorrow.
Let me just sleep a little bit today. Today I feel tired. Maybe your New Year resolution was to read books. You say, every month I'll be reading one book. So you say, at the end of the 12 months, God willing, I'll have achieved 12 books done and dusted. So you say, today I'm tired. Just even read, even if it's a paragraph. So you must avoid procrastination. And you know, our body learns us what we feed into it. So the moment you say, I'll do it, no matter what, the body in 1 week, in 2 weeks' time, the body is already set, and the body knows that this person wants this. So the body will not fail you. The body also will help you. But the moment you say, now I'm tired, the body will know that when we reach in the house, I must say I'm tired.
The body knows we will be tired.
We will be tired. Yes. So the book I'll not read. I will not do a call. Maybe I just wanted to do a call to maybe somebody who can help me. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I remember to do that call at maybe 9 p.m. I said, hey, 9 p.m. is a hot hour.
Yeah.
Then I don't do that call. Tomorrow, the same.
Same
So
time.
then I'm not really achieving anything. If I was to seek help, I'm not really getting that help because I keep on. And so you must also really sometimes don't be afraid. Be courageous to move. You move. They say move by faith, not by sometimes by sight. So sometimes we might only look at what is in our pocket. But with a strategy, there's things that we can achieve even when we are really really courageous to move. That really, as much as the courage was to put the New Year resolution, but you must also have the courage to implement them.
To implement your resolutions.
Yeah.
You know, speaking about that, I just saw a post by someone yesterday evening whereby they had put a post asking, for those of you who said you're going to begin your gym life, you know, your fitness journey beginning, you know, in January. How many of you have already started? And well, most of the, because it was like a question whereby when you pick yes or no, it shows the percentage of the people. So the highest percentage was for those who haven't yet started. So well, maybe just with that, you know, is there a particular step that one can take to immediately start implementing, or it's just that mindset of I'm starting now?
Mindset of start now with what you have right now. There's no any other other shortcut. Just start. So that's the best. Just start. Because tomorrow you never know. You can say you want to start tomorrow, things might pile up. So just start now. So even if tomorrow things come in, you can say, yes, things came, but today I've done this. So just start now. And really avoid distraction and avoid listening to naysayers. There are a lot of naysayers. Like the way you're talking about gym. Somebody's telling you, kula vizuri, mwili mpya tutapewa mbinguni. So you might really be tempted to flow with the vibe. So you must really avoid those vibes. Those vibes might be things that are trending in the society, but they might not really be right for you to achieve your goal. So avoid also flowing with just the vibes and naysayers. Thank you.
How best can one go about now tracking your progress? You know, you're actualizing them, you're working towards actualizing them. How do you track your progress?
You must call yourself to a meeting, and you must be intentional to say, I will do my personal meeting, self-meeting, maybe once in a month. And you have a paper, you have maybe a book, or if you're just tech-savvy, then you have your laptop. Now you must, and that meeting must happen. So if it will be in a fortnight, or it be weekly, or monthly, or quarter, that meeting must happen. So if that meeting happens, then you can tick, I've achieved this, I've not achieved this. And you can also have a column to write reason why I've not achieved this. You can also have a column to write mitigation. What are some of the mitigation that I can do to achieve? Or I'm just saying, it is done, I cannot achieve it. So I think that really being intentional to call yourself into meeting. Many times we allow, we only attend meetings that we are called for with our supervisors, our bosses, our parents, but ourselves. And so somebody says that the greatest conquering is conquering self. It's not conquering others. So if you want to conquer the world, the first step and the greatest one, which is even 90%, is conquering self. So you must conquer that behavior and say, I'm saying I must have this meeting, and it is so deliberate. It is not that, oh, I wanted to achieve this. No, it's so deliberate that even you can write. So the next time you can also see, I said I wanted to achieve, I could still push this to next month, but have you really achieved it? Or I'm still really pushing for it. Do I have finance for it? So me that will really help. Being strategic and calling yourself into meditation. Some people can call it meditation, but just me, I can call it self-meeting. Because this one you talk, this one you don't even close your eye. You can even talk to yourself. You can even talk louder. can say, I said I want to achieve this, and you're in the room. So even if somebody can think that you are 2 or 3, but yourself, you're explaining to yourself.
It's me, myself, and I.
Yes, you're the 2. Yes.
Yeah. So how, or rather, what's the importance of also when you have a goal, you kind of like break it down, maybe you have this big goal, but then the importance of you breaking it down to bits. Yeah.
The importance is that, when we see, many times when we see the mountain, it gives us fear. So I will be afraid. Will I really achieve this? I say I wanted to buy a vehicle, but I'm only earning maybe 30,000. Will I really achieve this? So, but putting into small bit, you will find that the small bit you can do, even monthly. So if you add what you do monthly, will be the big thing.
Yeah.
Because even that mountain is built with many stones. So you say the small segment you put in place, those are just the small stone that builds the mountain. And so it means that if you put these stones, the 12, now this will be 12 stones, because each month you have achieved something. Already you have an heap. So it's very important to put them in segment, because it helps you to see that I can achieve it. It becomes now something that is in your means, within your means. Yes. If it you say that I want to get my personal transport means, I can say, let me start with a bicycle. It is within your means. Maybe it is just 10,000. So while riding the bicycle, you are committing to buy maybe a motorcycle, or you're committing to buy your vehicle. If you wanted to buy a Benz, maybe you're starting with, if you want, so you could say, I want to Prado, then I start with the VIX. So while you're driving VIX, it gives you chance to also to keep on looking for the best, that you want.
Yeah, and still on that same line, what role does celebrating your small wins play in the bigger picture?
It gives yourself confidence. So sometimes we feel, I'm not achieving anything, then I'm worthless in the society. So maybe you did a group, because with the setups like church, schools, maybe you did this thing in a group. Somebody was doing their New Year resolution, this person, and they showed you. You showed them, and you're looking at it and you're saying, somebody said they wanted a vehicle, they've already bought a vehicle. They wanted a land, they already bought a land. They are building. So, but yourself, maybe you have not bought the vehicle, but the way I've said, you have already bought a bicycle. But so when you are not celebrating that small one, you'll keep on looking at the bigger one. And so you feel that I'm not achieving anything. And so then you can say, let me give up on New Year resolution. Kwani nini? Nani atanichapa? You say, I can start in the next year. Kuna pali rafika, that is maybe, let me say, mwezi September. You reach a point and you say, I can do it next year. Let me now just plan. So, but it's very, very important to achieve those smalls. And so when you achieve, when you celebrate that, you will also have the mentality that I want to achieve another one and I want to celebrate it. And celebrate it intentionally, not just saying, well done to myself. Celebrate it intentionally. Even take yourself out. Yes. Take yourself out. So it means that it be intentional, and you can take pictures, and you can even put it the way I've said, even in your bedroom, achieving buying a bicycle. So so even for example, if you have children or you have a partner, so they can come and look. And so, hey, you see, so you will want to even put another one for them to see. So that is of giving self-confidence, it giving them the motivation, the drive, and keep on moving.
Okay. And as we almost come to a conclusion of this conversation, why don't we achieve our goals?
Why don't we achieve our goals? Number one, the way I said, are we intentional in planning or in coming up with goals? So sometimes we are not really intentional. We just want to put goals. I found myself in a school, so I want just to put a goal that I want to finish. but am I really intentional? Am I really putting the necessary things to achieve that specific goal? I found myself in 2025, and then you just want to put them there. So you must really be intentional and say, this is my goal. Then when do we plan them? So sometimes we fail also to plan. And somebody said, if you fail to plan, you're already planning to fail. So sometimes we fail to plan. So that's why, you have a goal, but this goal is supported by plans. And so in plans, you'll say, now I have strategy to achieve my plans, which at the end of the day achieve my goal. So as SM Amimo, already my goal for 2025, I set it earlier back in September, and I said, this is my goal is to have a concert, which is called Harmony of Praise Concert, in 1st of February 2025. So that was already the goal that I've set for myself. Then I did a plan, bringing people on board, then have a strategy to achieve it. Yeah.
Okay. And also, maybe what are some of these obstacles? You know, we've talked about, you know, there could be roadblocks on the way that, you know, hinder you from getting to reach the goals that you had set for yourself or that you have set for yourself. Maybe what are some of these obstacles and how to tackle them?
How to tackle them?
Yeah.
Number one obstacle is self. Is underestimating self, undermining yourself, and saying, the way I look at myself, the way I see myself, my salary, my things. So you look at yourself and you say, I cannot. So it's self. And so when you remind yourself you cannot, then you cannot. So one of the best things is to conquer that self, as I said, and then say, I will, I am going to achieve it. And so you can now be able to speak good words to yourself every now and then. Number two is also being too much critical to yourself. Sometimes we be too much critical. You know, we are not really moving because we are really too much critical. We look at one thing at a, so we are not really making a step. We take a longer time analyzing something. Sometimes just jump. Just jump and see what will happen. We fear. Like even swimming is like swimming. Like I fear, when I jump in that water, I'll drown. But am I really saying, let me just jump? Because already I have a coach, already had a strategy, already had a plan or when I jump in that water. So somebody might still have that, but they're just afraid to make that move. So it's very, those are some of the obstacles, being afraid not to make move. Then also distraction, listening to distractions and naysayers. And so you are there, you keep on listening to maybe your friend, your family, members telling you, no, in our family, we have never seen somebody does this. In our family, so you see, you keep on listening to yourself and not look to yourself and say, me as SM Amimo, I'm going to be an international recognized gospel artist that is going to praise God in a mighty way for people to be blessed. And you're just looking at yourself every time, I cannot move. Yes.
Okay, and you know, there's someone who's probably watching us right now. They had the 2024's resolution, but now the year ended. There are so many goals that they didn't get to achieve. What to do now? We're into a new year. There's resolutions from last year that weren't met. Where does one start from there? Do you pick new resolutions? Do you go back to those ones and stick to them still? What would you advise?
The best advice I could give is review them and look at their relevance. Is it still relevant? Maybe something that I wanted in 2024, but is it really still relevant? So if it is relevant, then I will push it over in 2025 and say I'm going to achieve it. So for example, it was relevant for you to buy a bicycle in 2024. But now in 2025, God has even blessed you with a new job. You are in a high position. You need to have that like you need a vehicle. So is it really still relevant for me to buy a bicycle? So I'm not going to cry that I didn't buy a bicycle because it's not relevant again to me in 2025. Then now I'm not going to push it over, but rather I'm going to set a new goal. So I think it is not too late. You just start where you are, but you review them and now be more intentional and putting strategies and plans, not just putting them ambiguous. Yes.
All right. And as we finish up now, I want us to finish with probably something we had almost started with talking about when you were describing to us the best way to go about setting your own resolutions is by making sure it is self. You know, you're not doing it because the other person is doing it. You're not doing it because your mom said. You're not doing it because it was just, you know, it's that thrill of the new year. So you feel, okay, we need to all set resolutions. So probably I want you to talk about comparison, you know, and comparing yourself with maybe the next person. Probably there's someone who's your age mate. You've known them for the longest time. You grew up together, went to university together, maybe got jobs at the same time. But now you're starting to comparing yourself with what you feel like they're achieving and you're not.
Great. As much as we might say, don't compare yourself to others, but comparing yourself to others, sometimes it comes by default. Because we find ourselves in a society, and society dictates a lot on how we interact. So society maybe have already set goals. I've already, even like when you're going to school, your mommy or your daddy was telling you, I want you to be like that person. So already you are it's too much comparison, because they build a mansionette there, so they want you to build a mansionette, but you want to build a bungalow. So because of the society which we find ourselves, and we cannot even run away from it, we find that sometimes comparison become by default. So that's why we have now to be intentional and say, where do I need to compare myself, and where don't I need to compare myself? Because they're very important places to compare yourself with others. Maybe there's somebody, maybe you set a goal, two of you, and you're genuine friends, you're genuinely working towards something. So you can look up to this person. Maybe we say we are going to finish our pot belly. This person pot belly is going down. Mine is not going down. So it's good to look and say, why is it not going down? And they will tell you, maybe I'm working also on my diet as I'm doing gym. So, but you find you're doing gym, but doing diet. You're not doing diet. You finish gym, you do a whole chicken. Fool yourself. So it's also very good to compare yourself. But don't make it become a disease. Because the moment it becomes a disease, then it takes over you. And you will not move forward. Your life is to look on others every now and then. So sometimes comparison, the way I'm saying, it might not be wrong. It depends with the point you're looking at it. But when it becomes a disease, then it is wrong.
That's where it becomes a problem.
A problem.
Okay.
Like drinking porridge is not wrong. But when it becomes a disease, like you're addicted, you want to drink porridge every time. You'll have a lot of water in your stomach. You cannot even work because you want to go and help yourself. And so it depends, but don't allow it to become a disease. Use it as a strength, rather a weakness.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, SM Omimo, for joining us for this conversation. It was very, very informative, I believe. And I'm sure that this year we're going to be actualizing our New Year's resolutions for sure.
Say, this year I'm gonna actualize.
I am going to actualize, not we.
Yes. Like me, I told you, my New Year resolution is the Harmony of Praise concert. So this year, I'm doing Harmony of Praise concert 1st February 2025.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure having you on the show. Good Morning Kenya gets to end right here for today. Thank you so much to each and every one of you who has been part of the show today. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing. My name is Vivian Dagwa. We meet again tomorrow, same time and place, God willing.
artificial intelligence revolutionized
Mbona waogopa sana hawa watu?
Safira, unajua mimi sijawahi kupenda vita tangu ni mtoto.
Yaani hivi wataka kusema mtu akikuchokoza wewe utakaa tu umekunja mikono?
Hebu sema ukweli wako. Ulimwambia Kize kwamba mimba ya Karembo ni ya Kalume?
Sanyi wazee, mimba msiwe bebe ya washia nini?
Tosha. Hamjamjua mwenye mimba mpaka sasa. Huruma hii ya Mbura ni ishara tosha.
Kujibu Ni mimi. Hebu mpatie kibao kingine.
Ni Mbura.
Never be the same by your strength. Tell you this vibe, it's lovely vibe, this is the vibe on the beach side. Why you worry? Why you worry? Worry is unnecessary. Just stay on your race. That is why children are living. Chica. I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm moving the positive vibes. Stop bad mind face. You only come around to do fake things. Your little bad mind face.
Will artificial intelligence revolutionize music streaming platforms like Spotify and Deezer? AI could not only suggest the perfect music to you, but also deliver podcasts in your native language. More on that in a moment. Plus, why are social networks doing so little to combat Russian propaganda in our feeds? And reasons why the antitrust lawsuit against Google affects us all. These are the topics that are moving the tech world. Music streaming services are really into AI these days. How can we benefit as users? Your favorite podcast in your native language, even with the cloned voice of the original host. New AI-generated music or your very own AI DJ that caters to your taste. Spotify bets big on AI and others might follow. Spotify is rolling out a new podcast feature that clones and translates a host's voice, making the podcast available in other languages.
When you say the word toxicity, how are you defining that? You're saying like toxic chemicals, cosas que introducimos en nuestras vidas, en nuestra piel, consumimos, inhalamos, tenemos a nuestro alrededor y que están en nuestros alimentos.
And with voice cloning tools now easily accessible, other streaming services or even creators themselves could soon follow this trend. And there's more to come. How will AI change the world of audio entertainment? Making podcasts more diverse. Getting fresh ideas listening to podcasts from, say, India, Nigeria, or Brazil, or listening to an English podcast in your language. AI translators used in streaming services will let us choose any podcast, really. Tools like Spotify's voice cloning want to make podcasts globally available and help break down language barriers. So far, Spotify's pilot only includes translation from English to Spanish, French, and German. But more languages are likely to follow. Cloning the creator's original voice gives them the chance to reach a larger audience. And we can still experience the podcast in an authentic way. Plus, listening in our mother tongue makes it easier for us. What else can AI do for us? AI-generated music. AI-generated songs will become a thing on streaming platforms. On Spotify, AI songs will now be tolerated, as long as they don't use cloned voices of artists without their consent. Music platform Deezer, on the other hand, will not strictly remove music with cloned voices. Instead, they work towards a model that compensates the artists.
For example, they are developing a system to tag music that has been generated by AI. This is meant to keep users as well as the artists whose voices might have been cloned informed. In general, streaming platforms are still trying to find a way to deal with AI-generated music. Do you care if music is produced by an artist or AI, as long as it's good? Many copyright questions regarding AI songs remain unanswered. Who owns the song? The creator, the company that developed the AI software, or maybe the artist whose voice has been cloned? However, AI content, be it podcasts or songs, exists on streaming services and is likely only going to increase. But who will help me separate the good stuff from the trash? AI as your personal DJ? The music platform SoundCloud has incorporated an AI service that listens to music and supposedly identifies the next hit single. It is meant to sort through SoundCloud's massive library of amateur music and recommend to you what it thinks will be the new hit. It's doing that by looking for patterns and characteristics of songs that correlate with chart hits. In February 2023, Spotify rolled out their own AI DJ. It curates music it thinks you like. These could be new releases matching things you listen to, or that one song you had on repeat for weeks in 2016. Okay, well, personalized playlists have existed before, but the AI DJ also provides you with facts about the music, artist, or genre you're listening to, delivered by a synthetic voice.
From this moment on, I'm going to be your own personal AI DJ on Spotify. Let's go.
AI is here to stay. So, do you think it's the right move for companies to embrace it, or should they bet on human talent? Meta, X, and Telegram are failing to stop Russian propaganda, according to an EU report from August 2023. Why is that? This is what you need to know about your feed and Russian propaganda. In 2022, more and more people started following social media accounts connected to Putin or the Russian government. The study done by the EU Commission states, over the course of 2022, the audience and reach of Kremlin-aligned social media accounts increased substantially all over Europe. But Elon Musk's X, formerly known as Twitter, was by far not the only platform allowing Russian propaganda to spread. Also, Meta's social media networks, Instagram and Facebook, provide a huge platform for pro-Putin accounts. According to the report, pro-Kremlin accounts continue to reach the largest audiences on Meta's platforms. The subscriber numbers of pro-Kremlin channels more than tripled on Telegram, more than doubled on TikTok, and rose by almost 90% on YouTube. So, why is big tech letting this happen? Earning money with controversy. Social media platforms want users to stay put and watch ads. This is how they earn money. And controversial content that provokes reactions, whether positive or negative, is favored by the algorithm. That's because it keeps people on the platform. So, Russian propaganda is naturally pushed by the algorithm, and some platforms tolerate it because it creates more user engagement. Hang on, does that mean people really like that content? Russian trolls. So-called troll farms employ click workers to push a political narrative. They post, comment, like, and share. Those activities lead to algorithms pushing that content into our feeds. Twitter, now X, always drew a lot of criticism for enabling troll farms. By retweeting troll content, disinformation gets easily amplified, even though coordinated campaigns like that are against their rules. The recent EU report found that Russian disinformation increased since tech billionaire Elon Musk took over Twitter. The findings suggest that the reach and influence of Kremlin-backed accounts has grown further in the first half of 2023, driven in particular by the dismantling of Twitter's safety standards. Will you move away from Google, or do you believe their products are the best? Let us know. That's it from me today. Bye and see you next time.
Tell you this vibe, this lovely vibe, this is the vibe. their hearings. That is why children are living. I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm moving the positive vibe. Stop at my face. You only come around to do fake things. Your little bad mind face.
Mbona waogopa sana hawa watu?
Safira, unajua mimi sijawahi kupenda vita tangu ni mtoto.
Yaani hivi wataka kusema mtu akikuchokoza wewe utakaa tu umekunja mikono?
Hebu sema ukweli wako. Ulimwambia Kiza kwamba mimba ya Karembo ni ya Kalume?
Sasa wazee, mimba msibebe washia nini?
Tosha. Hamjamjua mwenye mimba mpaka sasa. Huruma hii ya Mbura ni ishara tosha.
Kujibu Ni mimi. Hebu mpatie kibao kingine.
Ni Mbura.
But kusema guys, that lady has a very nice figure. Yani ameua kuua.
Do I look like a light-skinned Tupac or a Dr. Dre?
Now that is what we call swag, teacher. Hey!
You know, my ex-wife wants to come to my house tomorrow to wish me happy birthday personally.
The same day you are meeting Chante?
Yes, can you imagine?
About the Mitchell. Have you ever seen a Tito sense of fashion? Tupa inje kwa dirisa. What a comeback. In fact, that's the best comeback you've ever made.
Fika hapo ni kwa kusign, ni kichukua kama anachukua rings 2, huwa na sign hapo nimechukua 2. Lakini
hakuna cha lakini.
Ngoja.
Hakuna cha lakini, asiweke lakini.
Sasa utatufundisha vile tutafanya kazi hapa.
Lakini mimi hapana fanye huko.
Hii nayo huwezi kitoa. Hii unajita hata ukondoe macho. Hii huwezi kitoa. Askari. Nakulisha namna hivi. Wewe ni mwalimu wako?
Umeniita aje?
Askari.
Alafu mheshimiwa, wewe naona mimi na sasa heka. Mimi nilikuwa na kijana moja. Na yeye alikuwa na mitoto 3.
Ulikuwa na hizo kitu umeseka. Mark hakuna kitu nimeipa na akamalizia ama thief. Kwa hivyo mheshimiwa, mimi sitaipa.
My heart is broken and it's calling out your name.
Katika mlango wa kuwafanyia wazazi wema tumeamrishwa tuwaheshimu na pia tuwakirimu na tuwazungumzishe kwa kauli za heshima na pia kauli zenye kuwaonyesha kuwa tunawapenda hata watakapokuwa wao ni wazee.
Na wazazi wawili kuwafanyia wema. Lakini mu'sifun jiddan, inasikitisha mno sana anajida tupate mtu na hiyo ndo wake.
Allahumma salli ala sayyidina ya Mustafa.
Mtazamaji, tumekuandalia taarifa zinazogonga vichwa vya vyombo vya habari kutoka hapa jijini Nairobi na pia mashinani.
Wanahabari zaidi ya ubora wao wako ange kukuletea habari pindi zinapochipuka kutoka pembe zote za Kenya.
Kwenye kipindi cha Tamrini tunakuletea mazungumzo ya moja kwa moja kufafanua na kuangazia masuala yanayokuhusu wewe mtazamaji.
Kumbuka, taarifa yenye thamani daima hupokewa kwa amani.
Hivyo basi usikose kuungana nasi kila siku ya wiki.
Tukupakulie na tukutaarifu taarifa yenye mnato kwenye runinga unayoienzi. Kwenye kurunzi mashinani,
sisi DC.
I never heard a music so sweet. I repeat.
Wagwan, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, each and every Monday we have to shell down the place with nothing but the best of smooth way the vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu tupo side giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by enjoying blazing hot hip hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She say she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday with me, DJ_Liza Diva,
DJ Cold,
and me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunyongwa Hadija ai Mani especially ukisonga.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with our music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist Noor Bakayoko shares some insights on bullying and what can be done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health crises.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
January the 8th, 2024 it is. Good morning and welcome to News Check. Thank you so much for making time. And today we are looking at road safety in the first hour, and then the second hour we'll be looking at the gains and some of the challenges facing devolution. Well, you bear me witness that statistics show that over 3,000 people die on our Kenyan roads each and every year, and the statistics are even worrying when it comes to festivities. We are looking at road accident being one of the major causes of death, actually top 10, leading in the country as a cause of death. And to put that worrying statistics into perspective, we will be looking at some of the issues that are contributing to this and what are some of the things that we can do, even as Kenyans. And to help me drive this conversation, I'm armed with three gentlemen from different fields who will help us drive this conversation. And allow me to introduce them, beginning with my immediate left, where we have Engineer Joel Akomo Opere. Engineer Joel is the Deputy Director, Motor Vehicle Inspection at NTSA. Karibu sana, engineer.
Thank you so much.
Just next to him, we have Benson Mwenda, who is the Chairman, Matatu Transport Vehicle Association. Karibu sana, Bwana Mwenda.
Asante sana.
Just next to him, my very good friend, David Kiari, who is the Chairman, Road Safety Association. Bwana Kiari, it's been a while.
We have not discussed
yes.
a while, but...
And it's a good thing that even before we started this interview, we were actually talking about how perspective this interview is going to be, because we are looking at the worrying trend. I'm looking at the month of December alone. Where are we when it comes to accidents? 3,000 lives every year.
Even you are talking of 3,000.
Yes.
We left 3,000 long time ago. Even the last the NTSA gave us was 4,200 and something, while as the association we say that number is not the correct number. We have lost more than 6,900 Kenyans on
in the year
roads. 2024. If you go to WHO report, it's completely different with NTSA and the police. But we know why, because NTSA and the police get the report of the people who die direct on the road, but they don't get the report of people who die after that. So we have the number is more than what you are talking about, 3,000.
And maybe if I direct the same question to Engineer Joel, where are we in terms of statistics? On average, it's about 3,000 from the reports that we see. The association is claiming that it's almost double that. It's more than double that.
Thank you so much. You know, the association, as you said, that they use their parameters. But as they said, we work closely with the National Police to get the figures and the facts, because when we have fatalities, we have to do even the inspection of even the vehicles and also get the numbers which are recorded as the ones who are passed away. But as he said, you see, ideally, he's saying they go back and check after maybe even 2 months. So naturally there will be a discrepancy in their figures, but as it is, there's been a lot of concerted effort from the National Police and the National Transport and Safety Authority, and I'm sure when you go through, you travel across our roads, you find a lot of intensive campaign and operation to ensure that people obey the traffic rules to mitigate the road carnages. So our statistics, of course the final one will be given, but the figures are nearly the same as the ones which were in the previous year. I would not confidently say this is the number or this, because I know it will be released in a few, but it is not so much different from the other year.
But Amanda, I'm looking at the statistics, the previous one, and Matatu are taking up the biggest chunk of road accidents and deaths in Kenya. What are some of the primary concerns? They being addressed? We're talking about seatbelt in vehicles. You're talking about speed governors. We are looking at roadworthy vehicles and unroadworthy vehicles. Unfortunately, matatu industry is one of those plagued by this menace.
Yeah, but let me shock you that we are not the leading causing accident among the leading. In fact, we are almost number 4, if I'm not wrong. Engineer, I can confirm, here I can confirm. The problem is when you media reporting, you only report matatus. You don't report these small cars, private cars, who are the cause now, and borders.
But from all reports, I don't think that's a fair assessment. Because we also
I'll give you an example.
Yes.
Give me one news you have made for a small car.
We have.
There are few. But when a matatu have an accident, may collide, maybe hit by a truck or hit by a small car, when you are reporting, you don't say that this matatu was hit by a small car or a roll. You just mention the word matatu, which is very sweet to the viewers and to everybody to hear that the matatu have caused an accident. And nowadays, if you go around, you see many changes have made, matatu industry have made. There before, there was nowhere you can get any matatu cause an accident. To date, if an engineer or if a carrier want to know the matatu which have caused accident belong to who, it's very easy to capture that, because one, the circles and the companies have all the records. The owner, the applying of that route, whether that vehicle was in hire or their initial route. But we are not saying that we are 100%. And there are so many several issues that we need to look at the accident or the matatu industry. Have you ever heard somewhere a school like Kenya Railway have school, Kenya Aviation for the pilots, Kenya Marine for the Nini. We don't have. The government itself should invest to have a school for the long distance trucks drivers and also for the PSV drivers, whereby they should not go there to be milked. They should be going there to get certificates and diplomas to encourage those drivers to be professional drivers. I remember there was a committee formed by the former cabinet secretary where I was among them. And we proposed to change this driving license to be called a professional driver. So we encourage those drivers to be a professionals, give them certificate, give them diplomas. So the head of that person will be the trainer. You go to schools where those people are being trained, to school I won't mention the driving schools. You find somebody employed by that school, was trained there, have never ever got road. And there's many examples. And if you want to get an experience as a driver, go to the road. There's challenges when you are driving.
Still on the same, Bonamwenda, I'm looking at unroadworthy vehicles, no seat belt, reckless driving, vehicle maintenance, vehicle inspection. That is exactly what I'm looking at.
Do you know we don't have a roadworthy vehicle in our roads? What's the unroadworthy vehicle? I'm a mechanic professional. What's the meaning of the unroadworthy? What's the
All right, let me give you a practical example.
I will define for you to call a vehicle unroadworthy. What's that vehicle? Is it a seat belt? Is it a tire? Is it a mechanical problem? Is it a body work? We should define.
All right, let me give you a practical example, Bonamwenda. I'm looking at, I've worked in all the shifts, at night, in the morning. So looking at Thika Road, especially very early in the morning, I'm talking about 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., you'll find even vehicles that do not even have lights. I believe engineer can also...
Let me add something on this.
Yes, there are unroadworthy vehicles.
You know, as you were saying, one point I agree is that the matatus are now not the number one in rating in terms of fatalities. Number one is pedestrians. What you call pedestrians, when you look at the rate of fatalities. Pedestrians may be people or crossing roads as non-designated points. That could be one on pedestrians. We also have, number two, we have now border borders. Then we also have private vehicles, the so-called private, which your own vehicle, it has an accident, has claimed the lives of two people. But as he said, one thing I agree is that the focus has been when it is a matatu or it is a commercial vehicle, a lot of attention is given. But if you look at the leading causes now, we are at, it is the pedestrians, we have border borders, we have private people, vehicles like that. A point at which I want to correct is that in the pillars of road safety, we have a pillar called safer vehicles. And that is what I do to ensure that the vehicles are safer. What does that mean? It means that the vehicles must be certified to be roadworthy. What does that mean? It is mechanically sound. It is mechanically okay. The tires are in order, brake system are in order, electrical are in order, suspension and all that are in order. So the terminology, what he's saying about roadworthiness, I don't want to debate with the terminology. But the point is, we do certification to ensure that the vehicles are roadworthy. That means the vehicles are fit and safe to transport people on the roads. Both, that is mechanical soundness and environmental in terms of emissions. I wanted to make that clarity.
Yes, and even before you go back to him, there are some patent issues he's mentioning here, very patent. It matters. What matters is how he's trying to bring it. When he talked about professionalism on our, that is one thing, that's one place we have already failed. When we talk like the drivers to be trained, we have a government school like what is happening in Rwanda. We don't have a government school here to train our drivers. Drivers are just trained in any driving school private, and then you just go tested by NTSA, who are very corrupt. That is a fact. And let me say one thing here. We try to sugarcoat these things, and people are dying on our roads. Let us go to the real patent. What is the real cause of our accidents? First of all, I'm very happy to have engineer as the deputy engineer here in NTSA. He has said it very clear that when you talk of this vehicle, checking of this vehicle, that is their mandate, to make sure that any vehicle on the road is properly inspected mechanically, or there are so many things to do with a vehicle to be on the road. One, I want to tell him, when TSA has failed us on that. Because now, as the association, we've been complaining. I've been even in his office, and I gave him an example of a vehicle. My own lorry is at home, and I just give 6,000, and then I get a sticker. The vehicle is okayed to be on the road. So there's a lot of corruption in NTSA. If everything is done the correct way, that all the vehicles are properly checked before they go on the road. Today, why are we saying here that matatus, the number, in fact, matatus used to read in these figures, but today, why is matatus not leading? Because everybody concentrated on matatus. Today, not a matatu which will not go for inspection, because that matatu, from the time it gets on the road, it will be stopped by over 10 police officers who want to get something from that vehicle. So if it has not gone for inspection, everybody will know. So the owner of that vehicle, the first thing, he must make sure that his vehicle is properly inspected. That vehicle has safety belts, because the police, if they discover you don't have that safety belt in that matatu, that is a cash cow, where they will start getting money. So this is where you see the trade now is coming down for the matatus. Today, we talk of road safety, we are talking of matatu people are compliant. But remember, we have so many road users. It's not about matatu. Today, I want to tell you, and this is for sure, our lorries, the lorries which are here are not going for inspection. I've complained to them, I've written to them that they are giving takeaway stickers at the inspection center. And if that happens, what happened? The accident will occur.
All right,
let's say about professional.
Let's give him a chance.
So that I give him a chance.
Yes.
Another point which is very important here. He's talked about a driver to be trained. Even before we talk about the driver being trained, we should also know these inspectors at the inspection center. How are they employed? Today we are discussing, there was something from Nyakundi. We have people who are civil engineers who are checking our vehicles. We have cooks, we have teachers who have been employed because of what you call the big people want to employ their people.
All right, because he is the deputy, let's give him the opportunity to respond to those allegations, because he's the deputy director of motor vehicle inspection.
Thank you. I think let me put some things clear. You know, when we are talking of road safety, one, like you are putting, how is the trend, and is elaborated it. And I said it before, that in the hierarchy, now we find pedestrians, not the PSVs. And partially said because a lot of effort was put because of the magnitude of the effect of PSVs and commercial. But now let me put something clear about something which is saying that, trucks, let me say lorries, do not go for inspection. That is not true. That is not true. Public service vehicles, PSVs, and commercial vehicles, which include lorries, vans, anything which is called commercial vehicle, it is mandatory. Actually, by law, by the Traffic Act, every vehicle on Kenyan road should undergo mandatory inspection. But for long, we have not encompassed all the vehicles, including private, and that is now where I will tell you later what measures we are putting in place to ensure that all vehicles undergo mandatory inspection. But as it is now, all commercial vehicles, all public service vehicles undergo inspection. So if, you know, there can be, always there may be 1 or 2 isolated cases. Like he says that his own vehicle he gave 6,000. That is an admission of wrong.
Corruption.
Which is an admission which the taker and the giver, we say you blame the hen and you also blame the mongoose. So in this case, but there can be isolated cases. That one is, that one will be there. But the true position is that all public service vehicles and commercial vehicles undergo mandatory annual inspection. Number 2, it alludes that today, even civil engineers are undertaking inspection. I would tell you, as the HOD and the Deputy Director in charge of motor vehicle inspection, all our inspectors, there is none who is a civil engineer. Of course, we have a directorate called Directorate of Motor Vehicle Inspection and Safety Audit, with a director and 2 deputy directors, one department, motor vehicle inspection, another department, road safety audit. It is in the road safety audit where we have civil engineers, because they're the ones who audit roads, starting from the design. When Kenya wants to build a road, the road must be subjected to audit from the design stage, during construction and post. But on the side of motor vehicle inspection, which I had, all of them either have diploma in mechanical engineering, because that is a requirement, at least diploma in mechanical engineering or automotive engineering. So let me to summarize the summary, and also to bring him to speed, that our inspectors are qualified inspectors. Actually, majority are now degree holders with the Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering or Automotive Engineering.
Okay, before you go there, he has said that maybe, you know, it's good I clarify. When I say these lorries don't go for inspection, and he has said they go for inspection, and why I took mine. I took it and I even went to his office. I wanted to prove a point that vehicles are going through inspection without even visiting the inspection centers. We have only 17 inspection centers which are gazetted in this country, and all vehicles are subjected to those inspections. And if I'm lying, I think there was a very good clip I did with BBC. We did it, a vehicle was taken, it was all over the media. The other one was KTN, it was all over the media, proving my point that vehicles...
Yes, we really don't need that for this piece, because in as much as he has talked about vehicle inspection, that is mandatory, and he has said there could be isolated cases, just like you're talking about. But the essence is vehicles must be
go for inspection.
Must go for vehicle inspection to ensure that. And that is why I want also want to go back to Mwenda, because actually we have been bashing him on how effective current regulations and enforcement measures have been, because the deputy director here has talked about now you're number 4 in terms of the road accidents after pedestrians, borders, personal vehicles, matatu. There is also some improvement. Let's give credit to AIC's team. What exactly has been happening?
You see, as Kelly has mentioned, and engineer, you see the problem, we focus so much with inspection. It's 1 year, one day for 1 year. We don't train, or we don't have centers like, I was in Spain. I was also in UK. You find when you along the distant tracks, they have somewhere to rest. In that place, you will find there's a gym, a nurse or a clinical officer to test her eyes, her body, and also the government have invested much If you go also to these big buses, they don't have those small vehicles. It's big buses. They are the same. The routine is the same. Ours is once you get out from the inspection, it's your own. The roads itself is not good. It's not well maintained by the Kenya. You get pothole in the highway, whereby us as Kenyans, we should start prosecuting the Kenya or the government, because some of the accidents caused by tire burst, which is also the person who import that tire, he bring a substandard tire. If you go to the owner of that vehicle, he just want to buy a new tire. He just look the physics of the tire. Just a tire. You need, even they don't ask the manufacturer of the year of the manufacturer of that tire. You just want a new tire. And you find that 3 years, the tire expire 5 years. But you find a new tire with 3 years in stock. The other thing is substandard things. You find a ball joint cannot go even 1 year. 3 months out.
And the vehicle has to be inspected
and the vehicle should go to inspection after 1 year. And this for 3 years, 3 months. So what we need also the government, even the NTSA, we need also to start training mechanics. We have qualified mechanics, but we also, the government need to invest much. Because the vehicles are taken garage to Grogan. Have you ever gone to Grogan? You find the Grogan, they are repairing the vehicle out as cut of the road. And that's where you want that vehicle to be gone to inspection, to the government inspection, to look at the person who her legs is on the road, the body is inside the vehicle. The problem we have, we don't have the clinics. We should have as more clinics, whereby we encourage the circles and the companies and the small vehicles to go to the clinics for checkups. And also we start prosecuting people who are not doing their job, like Kenya. When you have a pothole in the road, we should take that picture and prosecute that person who is between, you find some engineer from, maybe from Nairobi to Naivasha, there's somebody who should be repairing that road. Because a small pothole can cause an accident. But we don't focus with that pothole. We focus with the driver. That driver maybe was trying to evade that pothole, and the other side also has another pothole, or the road is narrow. You find that accident was caused by the pothole, not the driver. So we also need to go all the sides for the road safety. The road safety should not belong to the drivers. It should all of us, whether it's engineers, whether it's the people who are maintaining our roads in the highway roads, because you will not get a fatal accident here in itself. You never have that. And those roads are not tarmac. In fact, when a road is tarmac, that's where you get a fatal. But the road before the tarmac, you will not even get an accident. An engineer or a carrier can confirm that.
Okay, let's go back to engineer, because Kiarie and Mwenda have raised some pertinent questions, and more or less NTSA, you work with other agencies including KENHA. Yes. Last year you launched the Road Safety Action Plan 2024 to 2028. What exactly does it entail, and have you been able to rope in some of these challenges my good gentlemen here are talking about?
Yes, the Road Safety Action Plan, which was 2024-2029, and it is like the strategic plan for road safety in the country for the quinquennial period, the 5-year period. And what you are saying, what does it entail? It entails all the facets, what needs to be done as a country to achieve safety on our roads. It looks at all the pillars on road safety. They have talked one thing which I agree with them. They have talked about training, the training, which is very key. That is a point, which it is also encompassed there because as Kiarie, my friend Omata was saying, there are many road users. We have pedestrians, we have ox-driven, we have mukokoteni, we have border riders or pedals, we have pedal cyclists, we have all those are road users. So the road safety action plan touches on all the users. For instance, if you talk of a pillar, talk of safer roads. In safer road subsection, safer roads, we have now properly designed roads. Because when you talk of safe roads, you can be a very professional driver, trained, but if the road is not properly designed, maybe you have deep trenches, which we call them unforgiving roads. So we encompass that, safer roads. So under safer roads, under the pillar of safer roads, we have incorporated the support and mapped all the stakeholders. For instance, we have the road contractor, that is Kenha, Kura, Kera, KWS, county government, because the roads also, all those are there. We have the contractors, all those stakeholders are mapped. When you come to the issue of like the trainers, now school driving schools, that's what they are saying, that yes, there are people currently carrying out training of drivers. The point I've captured from them is that we need to do more. We need to do more. Like he's saying, long distance truck drivers, they need to have infrastructure, what we call I've captured it here, the infrastructure, roadside rest stations. I know that one is already going on because it has been mapped. The roads have been mapped to capture, especially the northern corridor, to ensure that we have properly designed and maintained, constructed where points where the long distance drivers can rest, so that they don't just stop in centers. Should there be say even fire outbreak, you can imagine of the consequence. So that one is there. In a nutshell, what I'm saying, that the road safety action plan encompasses all the facets of road safety, incorporating all the stakeholders, agencies which are needed to support and achieve these objectives. He is talked of, he is a member of the Road Safety Association. I know that is a stakeholder, because if I'm talking of safer vehicles, what do I mean by safer vehicles? I need vehicles which can transport people from one point to another safely. That's why we talk of, I know it's a Road Safety Association, they deal with speed limiters. The speed limiter vendors, we work with them. We come to bodybuilders, bus bodybuilders, people who are building buses. Those are our stakeholders. We deal with them. He's talked of garages. That is a point that which I've also picked, and we have captured it also even in the road safety action plan. You talk of inspection and maintenance. He made a very profound point by saying, you know, we take our vehicles to be maintained in garages, but do we know the qualification of these people, these mechanics? He brought a point that the government must take a deliberate action also to ensure that these mechanics are also looked into. Is there something which can be done to improve their standards and ability? That is a point captured in the road safety action plan, because we know that for you to have a safer vehicle, it goes back even to the person who is going to maintain it. How qualified is the person? Is there something which can be done to improve, also to build them at their apprentice? What can be done to improve them? We have captured that. Right now, even those garages, for instance, we have different categories of bus bodybuilders. we have class 1, whom they're only able maybe to fit the anti-roll bar. In these vans, matatus, they come as vans, but now they are converted as matatus. What the standard, we have standards which we apply. We ensure that, okay, it was a van, but now it is being converted into a matatu. It must meet some safety threshold. It must be fitted with anti-roll bars. The seats must be mounted in a particular way so that even if this vehicle is involved in an accident, the degree is mitigated. If the vehicle rolls, it has an anti-roll bar, so the body does not collapse inside. The people can still be safer. Even the seats, the way they are mounted, it will not shear off in case of a collision. They must be mounted properly in accordance to standard. So those are things which we are doing, and those are all captured in the Road Safety Action Plan. So Road Safety Action Plan stipulates all the pillars of road safety and encompass the work and the support of all the stakeholders in the road subsector to help achieve safety on our roads.
All right, to you, Kiari, still on the same, I'm looking at road safety. We're talking about action plan and also all the stakeholders who have been roped in. Remember, there's also, we always say that road safety begins with you and me. And the more we empower us as Abiria, we always be pulling in the same direction. I remember last year seeing in matatus some stickers, Zusha. You know, if the driver is drunk, is behaving, is not driving well, if the driver more or less looks intoxicated, you can be able to, you know, to raise your voice.
Thank you.
How have these campaigns,
let me tell you,
to empower?
Let me tell you, me sometimes I don't believe in a lot of talking, theory, things which are not happening. We are losing Kenyans on our roads. But when we come here, we give so many stories. There is the action plan. That action plan, when did we launch the action plan? Has it started working? No, that is a fact. You know, the problem is when we come here, we start trying to sugarcoat everything. Which
Maybe
is
he
done.
can tell us whether it's working.
Can you please let me finish?
Because you know, you've already accused
but
him that maybe it's not working.
You will go back to that. Give me time, please. I finish. Because what I'm telling you is exactly what is happening on our roads. Here we will talk. We have done this. We are trying to do this accident, but they're happening. We are seeing these vehicles rolling and killing people. We have seen an accident whereby somebody seated with a safety belt, and he is dead. The safety belt itself is the ones which are killing people because they are not of standard. Who are supposed to check these safety belts to make sure that they are of the standard? We have every policy in this country. We have any law in this country. We have policies. In fact, we don't need any. Other countries, Ethiopia, other countries are coming to get our policies to go, and they are working in their country. That's one thing I want to tell you. But in our own country, nothing is working.
We have an issue in implementing the policies.
The implementation of these policies is where the problem is. We should be asking ourselves, because now this will be like a blame game. Today I will come, I will blame NTSA. Tomorrow I will blame the police. You remember what has been happening. NTSA were removed on the road. Everybody was blaming NTSA. Then again came the police. Again we came here. We removed again the police from the road. This will be a game going on. We are in the middle. We know what we are talking about. I have taken Kenya to court, and I took them. They repaired where I wanted them to repair. These people only listen to court. We are helped by our judiciary. But now the problem is that even our judiciary is corrupt. If there is something which is, and you let me finish.
Yes.
If there is something which is
they are not here to
I'm telling you because we are there.
Yes.
I have been in court. I have taken even them. An officer inspected a vehicle, and I have known the vehicle has been inspected. But even if I ask the police officer will tell you this vehicle is not supposed to be on the road. So we must be responsible, all of us. That is from the pedestrian, from that boda driver, from yourself driving that personal vehicle. You must make sure that your vehicle is safe to be on the road. everybody. This is a responsibility for everybody.
And do you believe
remembering that we are paying these gentlemen there our money, they must make sure they work. They must make sure that everything is done.
There are road safety campaigns that are still there, and he can bear me witness. Are they working?
Let me tell you one thing. Please, we are on the road. That is our job. Us, we don't do anything else. Today, I can even show you the receipts. That is a collection of money. NTSA and police officers are collecting money on the road. Nothing else. I have more than 24 clients, vehicles. Let me finish. Whereby
the good thing,
he's here.
Yes.
And even if you ask this question to the motorist, because a vehicle is stopped, and then a vehicle is not transmitting. A speed governor should transmit to NTSA.
Yes.
That vehicle is not transmitting. These guys will plaque the number plate just because the vehicle is not transmitting. The owner of the vehicle has no responsibility of transmission. That is a question which should be taken direct to the vendor who fitted that speed governor. Because the owner of the vehicle just went to their website. These are the companies. He came to you, you fixed that gadget. So if it is not transmitting, for God's sake, you remove that number plate. For you to get that number plate, you must go with the original receipt, you give it, and then you forfeit the 10,000. This is a game of making money.
Okay, let him respond to that, because he squarely fits in the NTSA.
Unfortunately, my friend Omata here will make will paint a picture of hell. Himself, he was saying,
hell.
Himself is saying the Road Safety Action Plan was launched by the President last year in April 17th. It is now like 3 months to a year. And my friend Omata here is a vendor, a speed limiter vendor, and is a beneficiary of some of the actions which have been taken by the authority. Why do I say that? Right now, any vehicle which is supposed to be fitted with a speed limiter cannot pass through inspection if it is not verified by the original speed limiter vendor that it is fitted by that.
But they are not going. And
he knows that it cannot pass. And that also, in a way, protect the businesses. And is a beneficiary of that. So a lot of things are being done and are being done. He knows that we have a very robust, intelligent road safety management systems through which even the transmission of data from the speed limiters pass through, which was captured in the Road Safety Action Plan. Right now, there are a lot of operations on the road. They say that there is nothing, it is just a collection. When you fail to admit the truth, that by doing that, intensification of operation on the roads, it really deters a lot, because he knows that the major cause of fatalities on our roads is speed. And that is why we have speed limiters. That is why we have the operation, we have the police on the road to deter people from overspeeding. He knows that is captured on the Road Safety Action Plan. He knows, and is a beneficiary and a participant, that during the service delivery week, which was last year, we carried with them clinics, road safety clinics across the country. And this one brought together the Matatu Owners Association, all these kind of vendors, to ensure that we carry out free clinic, which he had suggested, that we need to have such. Where your vehicle, I participated personally here at railway station. We check your vehicle, do for you the inspection, we tell you this and that is wrong. Without any penalty, we tell you, make sure you ensure this one and that is done. Just like we do medical clinics or medical camps where you are checked, you are told your blood pressure is higher, make sure you do this free of charge without being charged. So a lot is happening, which he himself also, as a member of Road Safety Association and a vendor, are part and parcel and have been even beneficiaries because of the measures which the authority has put in place, the government has put in place.
All right, let's go to Mwenda. Yes, Mwenda, you can add on that and tell us how these road campaigns, because you mostly deal with public service vehicles, that is Matatu Transport Vehicle Association. Yes. How are they bearing fruits, if they are? Because we have seen numerous. We have seen police and NTSA are having campaigns every now and then. We've run some of them on our television station and radio stations. How are they faring in terms of ensuring that we have safe roads?
You see, the problem is those campaignings. When they focus on one side, I will ask the engineer, what are you going to do with Mkokoteni in the capital city? What are you going to do with tuk-tuk? If you go to these big cities, they have a separate road where the Mkokoteni and tuk-tuk should use. If you go right now to the Jogoo Road, you will find Mkokoteni, boda-boda, tuk-tuk, matatus, smoke, have lorries, truck, all are mixed in one place. And when a matatu be hit by a Mkokoteni, it's matatu hit Mkokoteni. When a pedestrian, and there is a big issue here about the people be compensated, about the insurance. The compensation, this kind of compensation for the people when they are crossing road, you find this as a where they are crossing, in front of him, there is somewhere he can use to cross. But they don't want. There are a lot of business in this city. And if you go to do the statistics yourself, you find in many cities, there you find those kind of small accident, reported accident. I was hit by a vehicle, I was hit by this. But when he was hit, a side mirror for a small car, it's not an accident. But a side mirror for the matatu is an accident. Because this person was crossing, he just want to be hit by a matatu to be compensated. Those are the other issues. We need also, when we want to do this campaigning, we also educate our people. And also, we don't need any other law. We have so many, and these laws, some of these laws, in fact, I was shocked because the president is the one who was in KICC, and electrical buses there and whatever. You bear with me that what they were telling the president there, it cannot work. It cannot work in this country. But because in the screen, it will work in the screen, but in the road, it can't work.
Yes,
exactly. I'll show you why. Show me. You are telling the president that this vehicle have a camera, have all these things. When it wants to turn or to go to the stage, why we don't have those stages in the first place? If you go to Gagudo Road, it's a new road. He was saying that they cooperate with the Kenya. We are with Kenya. Ask them. Outer Ring Road, they design Outer Ring without a stage, one stage for the matatu. They go ahead. They tarmac Kagudo Road. Even a single stage, the none. The problem is not the users. It's the people who wrote those rows in the upper hill and wherever those offices.
You said there are challenges in
the engineers and the rest,
infrastructure that we have.
Engineers and the other Kenya engineers and the people, they just come with a board in a boardroom. What they thought is good for to be implemented without even looking at them. Where are we in Kenya or we are in Europe?
Maybe you can respond to
in fact,
the infrastructural challenges that we have. And still on the same, he can also touch on the challenges that NTSA is facing in terms of motor vehicle inspection, because Kiari has raised concern. You've also mentioned something.
Before he go to inspection, inspection is excellent. If you go to Likoni, that one is excellent. But ask him about the Jogoo Road, Mkokoteni, tuk-tuk.
All right, let him respond.
I wanted to talk about the action plan. It's a good one when you look at the papers. But who came up with that action plan? That is what I want. I am one person who is a stakeholder. they never involved us because they don't involve the critics. They want to bring the people, you just tell them, this is what you want to do.
Is Matatu Association one of the stakeholders?
Wait, can I finish? Because I was not involved, because I would have tried to advise them. One, ask him, why are they on the road? Why are you there doing clinics?
All right.
At this time of age, whereby technology is everywhere, these speed governors send all the information to their offices.
Okay.
Why can't they work in the office?
Yeah, because in the interest of time,
they are on the road to collect money.
All right. Let him respond to that. Is he one of the stakeholders? Because he said you will never involve them.
He is. Because he's a member, I think he's even the leading official on the road safety action. Yes, he's the chair. I think I have not had a change, that there was a change. But he's the chair of the road safety action plan. He's one of the stakeholders, even in the speed limiter. So, and those are some of the key stakeholders, and he knows, and a beneficiary of the actions which are already taken. But you see again, you've heard of a story of some people who touched an elephant. Somebody touched the ear, he said, he was asked, how is it? He said it is a trough. Somebody touched the head, he said a different thing. You see, the perspective he looks at it, that now the joint operation, which is collaboration, the multi-agency approach. One thing we have to appreciate, that it is cost-effective for the government, and the government encourages the multi-agency approach of handling problems, so that when the police wants to, it is the NTSA which carry out inspection. It is NTSA which does registration. It is NTSA which licenses the drivers. So if we approach it as a multi-agency together with the National Police, which is a child with the enforcement, you see how effective and productive it will be. But you see him is looking at it that is a collection, it is a collection agenda. But worse, from the government perspective, we are concerned about people's lives. We don't look at it as a collection, because to him they look at it as a collection of tax, not even tax, corruption. But that is not true. We are more concerned about people's lives on roads. And I can tell you for sure, without editing or classifying or seasoning my words with salt, though the Bible allows that you can season your words with salt, even without that, I can tell you it is very much effective. Through that multi-agency approach, through and with the NTSA, the National Police, it is really bearing a lot of fruits. You know, you are supposed, it is the prerogative of the owner of the vehicle to present his or her vehicle to the inspection. The law does not demand, it is not NTSA which obligates them. It is the law demanding it from the owner to bring the vehicle. So the owner can decide not to bring it. But when we are on the road, we find people who are operating, they don't have a license, they don't have inspection. Through that, now they are obligated through an action. Like he says, when the vehicle is not conforming, is not compliant, we will remove the number plate, and when we have removed the number plate, it will now necessitate you to carry out what we call compliance inspection. You have to go and comply with the affair to rectify what was found to be wrong. If you had worn-out tires, you have to go and fit new tires. If you had lamps which had broken and were not even functional, you must undertake remedial measures to ensure that the vehicle now comply. You bring it back for inspection for what you call compliance inspection. When it complies, now we will issue you back with your number plate. And I can tell you it is bearing fruit. If it were not done, the consequences would be great.
But engineer, Mr. Joy, please. Please. I mean, NTSA, the formation of NTSA was to make sure they reduce these accidents. And I think that is why we are here. We are not here because of anything else. It is about the accidents. And what is the objective is to reduce the numbers. When Opere says it is bearing fruits, and we are talking of numbers of accidents increasing, here we are talking of numbers because numbers don't lie. Kenyans are dying more than any other time. If Michuki as an individual brought these accidents down, and here we have an authority, a full authority, which has all the powers, and it is completely wameshindwa. Let us be very sincere. And if we don't discuss that language,
I'm very honest. Let me be very honest. If they are not doing what they are doing, we'll be having.
If we don't put things
many
straight
Kenyans
and talk of the way things are currently, and the way things are, anybody today, our rules are not safe. Anybody is a victim. Anybody, even you, when you're sitting, as long as you're using these roads. So when we are discussing about this, we must be serious. Not about papers. You have very good English.
Okay, but with fairness, Bonakiari,
we want practical
yes,
done.
Bonakiari, but with all fairness, some of these efforts have been able to reduce accidents in our roads. It could be a little bit worse, and especially in the Matatu.
When you say they have reduced, in fact, I don't know what you are comparing with. Because the CS himself, just the other day, they released the results. They were talking of 4,200 people have died. Have they reduced or have they increased?
They have increased.
You are worrying me when you're telling me at least they have done something.
My point is, looking at the action plan as the engineer has told us, and looking at the efforts that the government is doing as we speak, these accidents could be a little bit higher than they are.
Let me tell you, if we continue behaving even you the way you are saying, then let me tell you, we will continue losing Kenyans. The thing is very clear.
Gentlemen, the two of you are on the road.
Very clear. Yes. Can NTSA reduce these accidents? We don't want stories.
Okay, fine. I'll give each and every one of you a minute each to tell us what is your view on how we are going to end or reduce road accidents as we are. Let's begin with Bonamwenda.
Before Joy, there's a question I want engineer. I'm asking here. Joy, tell me, engineer. Tuk-tuk are not going to, they are not taken to inspection. They carry passengers.
Oh, that's a question. I will answer. Just ask all the questions.
Yes.
I will respond.
Yes.
When
Mkokoteni is also carrying goods like a pickup. What are you going to do with those two things?
Okay.
Tuk-tuk and boda-boda.
I will respond during my time.
No. Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, you've asked a question. Yeah. Now, as the Matatu Transport Vehicle Association, how are we going to reduce these numbers?
Good. One, to involve everybody.
Good. Nothing else.
And let us not focus with one side. And whenever we have campaigning, don't look for only vehicles. Let this thing educate, even take this curriculum to schools, like China, so that every child, when it's growing, know about road safety. Because we are focusing more with the road safety, with inspections and trucks and matatus. We left those children which are crossing roads. We left also those children who are playing near the roads. We left also the people who are working near the roads, who are doing the business near the road, like the one in Nakuru. We want everybody to be involved, be educated. Let this campaign focus with everybody. And this one will bear fruits.
And of course, I can add something to that and also take out the graft on our roads. Kerry, you've spoken very passionately for this 1 hour, and being the chairman of Road Safety Association, I totally understand. Just like Mwenda has talked about, roping in everyone. In your view, in your perspective, how are you going to be reducing these accidents from the high of 4,000?
It is extremely very simple. Very simple. We can reduce them. NTSA is the leader. Let NTSA involve all the stakeholders. Don't look at the critics. I was one of the critics in Michuki. I was in media talking about Michuki. But Michuki could not do anything. He was involving us. So that so that we can have a proper discussion.
Yes.
And when we have involved everybody, so that we can ask ourselves questions, what is beating us? And then we can even go and know exactly who are these people employed? What are they doing? What is the qualifications of our drivers? What are the qualifications of the inspectors in those inspection centers? Because that is a key thing, and we want to follow that, and we are going to follow that. Because we are having information, even we have qualified inspectors who cannot even drive a vehicle. And they are there. And somebody has done automotive engineering. It is not possible. So what we are saying is this. Please, NTSA, let us involve the police. Be ready to work with the police. We have seen in the other time whereby NTSA and the police are fighting. And here we are talking of Kenyans' lives. These are government bodies. We want them to involve police. NTSA, we want KEBS because of the standards to be involved. We want things like CMTE to be involved. We want Kenha. We want Kura. We even want these people who do these safety campaigns like Red Cross, because we need to train our people, like Buddha people, victims, because some of them, it's not necessarily that people die on that accident, but sometimes the way they are handled. So, conversation, whereby a clean conversation, the way we used to sit in the transport, Matatu people, everybody, parts, now they not a mass, they take all the views, but we might help them. This work cannot be done by one authority, NTSA. We don't want to hear them. Like now what they are talking of action plan, we are given a book and you are written there, you participated, but you did not participate. There are things you see which are not supposed to be there in that action plan.
Okay, but engineer,
yes,
we always say road safety begins with you and me, yes, but the biggest back by taxis and even Kenyans are looking at NTSA. How are we going to be reducing these accidents, just as we have seen they have been on the rise, and especially during festive season?
Thank you so much. I think I will move very fast because of time.
Yes.
First of all, tuk-tuks, to answer my friend, tuk-tuks undergo inspection. If there are those which have not undergone, it is the same kind of problem which we are dealing with, people failing to do their honest part, because it is the responsibility of the owner to ensure that he presents the vehicle, he or she presents the vehicle for inspection. Tuk-tuk is a PSV because they carry passengers. Mukokoteni is not a vehicle, but they are road users, which we must work collaboratively even with the counties, because we don't license mukokotenis. Neither do we license bicycles, but all of them are road users. So that is why stakeholders like county governments, we have to work together. We have what we call even CTCs, county traffic committees, which helps even in such, because it is also the counties which even designate stages for taxis. So we work together to ensure that safety is also maintained at the country level. It is like Devolve. So that one we are doing. They have said that we need to involve everyone. Truly, we are trying the best on this. And they can agree that we have involved Matatu Owners, Road Safety Association, we are doing this. Perhaps Omata knows, he's saying that we didn't involve critics. He's already even given a solution that is actually... But I can tell you, even him and even others, we are involving them. And if you look at the Road Safety Action Plan, even the stakeholders are mapped. In every subsection, we have mapped them. Like he said, under the post-crash, like he was saying, post-crash, because sometimes safety is on how people are handled after the accident. We are working with agencies like Red Cross, other agencies, UN, for support and funding to ensure that we have ambulances equipped, plying our roads, so that should an accident happen, there is quick response. Fire department, all that we are working with. And another thing, even he suggested that the road safety should be devolved, it should be disseminated downwards. Right now, NTSA has worked with even the KICD, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, to incorporate road safety, even in our curriculum, starting from primary. We are working with the police, which they have agreed. We are also working with other government agencies, like he has rightfully put. I remember on 29th of July last year, we were with them at Eka Hotel, discussing standards on telematics, video telematics and speed limiters, so that we can manage, especially in school vehicles, to have video telematics on school vehicles and commercial vehicles. We work with KEBS because KEBS develop standards. We work with Kenya Accreditation Services because they accredit conformity assessors. We work with even OSHA, Occupational and Safety. We are working with other agencies, and that is why I said the government is encouraging multi-agency approach so that we can maximize, not working as in a silo myself, while I needed the support of Road Cross, while I needed the service of KBC, because education, at the end of it all, it translates to behavior change, and that is where we now need media, and you are doing a commendable job because you are educating the public so that we can change our mindset to ensure that road safety is a shared responsibility, and it begins with you and me.
Indeed, and we're talking about campaigns. I would also urge you to consider using KBC even more, because we have even more than 20 radio stations that can be able to disseminate that kind of information right there. But thank you indeed so much, Bwana Benson Mwenda and Bwana David Kiari, who is the chairman of Road Safety Association. Benson Mwenda is the chairman of Matatu Transport Vehicle Association, and also we had engineer Joel Akomo Pere, who is the deputy director of motor vehicle inspection in the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA. That's where we put a cap on the first hour. We're looking at road safety, but at the end of the day, we always say road safety begins with you and me, and public awareness really is wanting. We need to do more because the accidents, unfortunately, are on the rise. That's the first hour. Thank you so much for joining us, but just give me a minute for a quick break, but we'll be right back where we're looking at devolution. There's even so many functions that have been devolved, but some still remain with the national government. One of them is some aspects of health, some aspects of agriculture. We'll be looking at including own source revenue for the counties. We're back in a moment.
Unaogopa sana hawa watu.
Safira, unajua mimi sijawahi kupenda vita tangu ni mtoto.
Yaani hivi wataka kusema mtu akikuchokoza wewe utakaa tu umekunja mikono.
Hebu sema ukweli wako. Kwamba mimba ya Karembo ni ya Kalume.
Sasa wazee, mimba msibebe washia nini?
Tosha. Hamjamjua mwenye mimba mpaka sasa. Huruma hii ya Mbura ni ishara tosha.
Kujibu ni mimi. Hebu mpatie kibao chengine.
Ni Mbura.
I never heard a music so sweet. I repeat.
Wagwan, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, each and every Monday we have to shell down the place with nothing but the best of smooth way the vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu tupo side, giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by doing blazing hot hip-hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She say she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday. With me, DJ_Liza Diva.
DJ Cold.
And me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunongwa Hadija ai Mani especially ukisonga.
Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist some insights on done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health
due to a serious condition. Stay well
and strive for a healthy day.
Welcome back to we are looking about 15 years. Every time you hear about the new constitution, trust me, we've been having it for the last. That this year is no exception. We need to actualize devolution. Many challenges. You have been in a number of court cases that have been challenging that, but we will be talking about that in depth in just a minute. But you do understand that the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, was supposed to appear in court today to explain the whereabouts of the cases of abductions in the country. Let's first of all cross over there and have a listen.
Your Lordship, good morning. Good morning. First, we know that petitioners have been they have not, as some would like us to believe, been found. They have been clearly released by those who had abducted them in circumstances tending to suggest that the releases were timed to coincide with the obligation of the IG to appear before you this morning so that they would be accounted for and that be obviated. However, we have not received any report that the seventh petitioner has been released. And more so because the others have been released, of course, we now have a great concern about the safety or the whereabouts of the seventh petitioner. And that is why, Your Lordship, the IG himself, as you had clearly ordered, should have presented himself to court to explain. Your Lordship, the order was specific that the person should, and as far as I understand, we must apply the legatus non potest delegare. You cannot delegate an order to officer, he person, and we submit that therefore he is in clear contempt of this court to its faith. there are only 3 ways of handling an order of the court. One is to obey it, the other is to comply with it, and the last is to adhere strictly to its terms. No other available option. So we do acknowledge that they have released the petitioners except the 7th petitioner, at least that is what we have been able to confirm. So we need the IG still to appear in person. One, to obey the court order, first and foremost. And second, to explain what the court would need him to explain.
So for the completeness of my record, is it the Commission on Human Rights position that the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th petitioners are accused?
But there is nothing to show for it.
If you permit me. The third petition has not been released, sorry.
Bernard.
We have not heard that he has been released, but we have had.
My Lord, if you permit me to speak for the
We have actually been press statements, really. We have only been in touch with the 2nd petitioner, who we know is at home. And the 4th petitioner also has spoken from his home, but we definitely have not had a report about the other petitioners, only not at least not from our desk. But we understand they have been released except the 7th.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, thank you. My Lord, I speak on the strength of your directions, number 10, issued on the 31st day of December, 2024.
Yes.
My Lord, in your order, where you directed that in the 7 petitioners are found, any person should make them available before this honorable court or any other convenient court. My Lord, I confirm in my duty of candor as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, on the 6th day of January, I received the 3rd petitioner in the company of his family at Ngong police station. After he was surrendered at the police station, Bernard Kavuli, the 3rd petitioner, after he was surrendered by officers from Kitale police station, Mama Lord, I can confirm for the correctness of the court record that the 3rd petitioner is present in court in the company of
Those are live pictures coming from the Milimani law courts. Today, the IG was supposed to appear before Justin Bahati Mwamuye in regards to the abduction case. As things stand, some of the abductees have already been released, many of them being released on Monday. But as things are, the IG has not appeared in court, and one of the counsels there was requesting the courts to be the IG to be held in contempt because he was supposed to be in the court today to explain the disappearance of 7 individuals, some of whom have been released. And he was also supposed to be giving an account of where these people have been. But from the look of things, the IG has not appeared in court for that. And he runs a risk of being held in contempt, just a case that we had of the acting IG a couple of weeks ago. But we will be keeping tabs with what exactly is happening. Joseph Wahungu is at St. Anne's. My colleague, let's first of all cross over there.
Well, we're coming to you live from St. Anne's Girls Secondary School in Makadara, Nairobi County. So, as we all know, this school has been in the eye of storm for probably the last 12 hours. There were videos circulating on social media, apparently that some students who were supposed to report here yesterday were locked out and they were forced to sleep, in the grass just outside this school. So, we also know that reports circulating is that police officers came in last night and intervened, and the students were allowed to get in the school. So we came here around 30 minutes ago to assess the situation, and what we found here when we came here, there were so many students who were standing outside the school at the gate on my left. And the gate on my left is just around 50 meters from the Jogo Road. So that is where, when we entered the school, that probably is the gate that they normally use to enter the school, but it has been shut. So they were supposed to use this gate here, but as you can see, there is construction work going on. So there was a bit of confusion on where they were supposed to enter the school. So we have been told that there's a meeting going on in this school, a meeting bringing together political leaders from the area and also Ministry of Education officials. We have tried to talk to the school's management, but up to now they have not been able to give us audience, but of course we're expecting that will come. So standing behind me, of course, is a residents from this area who would want to tell us really what has been happening here. And without any further ado, welcome, sir. Please tell us your name and tell us what is happening at St. Anne's Girls School. I'll hold it for you.
Okay, it's okay. My name is Roger Sogola, mkaji wa I am a human rights defender, still a CHP. So I can say that we were the first respondent, me and one of my friend here, back behind. So tuli respond immediately after to scare students. That is from saa moja going on, that kuna students wako pale nje wamefukuzwa, wako stranded. So we took the initiative ya kukuja mbio mbio as a human rights defenders, and we made sure that your process here kujua what was happening. I mean, kulikuwa na wazazi pia still, so actually we questioned them what was going on. So ilikuwa tu ni process ya wanasema wamefukuzwa na wako stranded, hata jana ndo wamereport. So hawakuwa na any know-how ama any information that wanafai walipe school fees yote, wakuje na school fees yote from their various homes.
So unasema kwamba pengine tatizo ambalo lilikuwa linaendelea hapa lilitokana na swala la wanafunzi kutolipa karo kwa wakati?
Yeah, ndio. So some students walikuwa nasema that walikuwa wanafaa kukuwa na zero balance. So na unapata kuna mwingine ako na school fees nusu, kuna mwingine ako na karibu hata 20,000 ako nayo amelipa, lakini amefukuzwa sababu ya hiyo balance imebaki. That means walikuwa wanafaa wakuwe na zero balance. I mean wakuwa wamelipa school fees yote so that wakubaliwe kuingia shule.
Je, mumeweza kuongea na usimamizi wa hii shule na mumeweza kupata maelezo yote kutoka kwao kuhusiana na hali ilivyo hapa?
So jana hatukukubaliwa kuongea na mtu yoyote. Actually the guards and the one wenye walikuwa responsible walikuwa very harsh na hatungeweza ongea na any of them. So the only thing yenye tulifanya kama human rights, sababu tulikuwa tunaangalia pia nini ya safety ya the students, tulikuwa tunataka kwanza wakuwe safe. Kama kungekuwa na jinsi wangeingia ndani so that waweze kukubaliwa kwanza. So ndio leo sasa tufanye nini, tuingie na nini, tuongee na management.
Well, that is just one of the residents around this area, but as you can see, Songeni tafadhali, as you can see, that is the gate. We still have students there who are still trying to get into the school. Of course, some of them have been allowed a few minutes ago, the ones who are stranded. We are still right here at the school. We are still observing what is happening. And of course, we will be able to report. We will be able to tell our viewers what is happening here. We also hope to secure an interview with the management of the school and of course, Ministry of Education. Was locked up in a meeting inside the school. Back to you in studio.
All right. We are really waiting for that interview. That is Joseph Wahungu, my colleague who is at the St. Anne Secondary School on Jogoo Road. You do remember, if you have been in the internet, was awash with videos circulating that students were denied entry at night. And as Wahungu has told us, is that that issue has been sorted out. Though we have seen 1 or 2 students outside the school, we'll be getting down to know exactly what was happening in regards to that. He has talked about an interview with the management of the school a little bit later on. But on the second hour, we are looking at the state of devolution, the milestone, and where are we? We have seen a number of challenges in devolution, ranging from division of revenue, ranging from own source revenue, ranging from delay in disbursement of funds. And I have 3 gentlemen here who know a thing or two about devolution and also about governance, and they'll help us delve deeper into this issue. And beginning from my immediate left, we have Dr. Harun Isaac Hassan, who is a leadership and governance expert. Karibu, Doc, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Just next to him, we have my good friend Kevin Osido, who is the Executive Director, County Governance Watch. Good to see you, Kevin.
To you too, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Just next to him, we have an advocate of the High Court and also a leadership and governance expert. He is also a university don. He is Gibson Nyamato Gesore. Karibu sana. Happy New Year. It's been a while. I haven't seen any one of you this year. Sure. But thank you so much. Let me begin with you, Kevin. I'm looking at the biggest milestone that we have seen in matters devolution in the last couple of months has been delay in disbursement of funds. How much is this affecting, and what exactly can we do to alleviate this issue?
Thank you so much, my brother and friend. Of course, division of revenue and transfer of funds, otherwise called disbursement, is one of the biggest issues that we have, to a level where we had a number of county government staff actually doing what we call celebrating Christmas with nothing in their pockets. And this is auspicious to a number of issues, one of it being delayed disbursement. And this is courtesy of a number of other concerns, of course, including the lack of effective engagement between the National Treasury, the Council of Governors and other stakeholders in terms of what funds need to be disbursed, when they need to be disbursed, and how they need to be disbursed. So, of course, this delayed disbursement is one of those key issues that is affecting counties, and that is, it goes beyond just the recurrent expenditures, including even the development expenditures in terms of what the governors and the counties need to do within what periods of time, especially given the CIDPs, the timelines of the CIDPs and the programs and the plans of the projects of the county governments, as opposed to, again, of course, the expectations of the citizens in terms of the demand for these services, and the services being very, very critical, ranging from health to education for ECDs, to infrastructure, roads, to agriculture, to many things that counties therefore need to do. Of course, towards the end of the year, we saw conversations between the Deputy President through what is called the IBEC, the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Committee, and of course with the governors and also Treasury to talk about this. But bottom line is that we need a framework that will be able to safeguard devolution, especially between the interplays of government, and largely into looking at how we build the capacity of counties to be able to run their affairs and deliver to the citizenry without this over-reliance on the National Treasury. And that takes me to your second question, which is therefore, what do we need to do? Of course, one of it is release the funds on time for counties. Number 2 is to enhance on-source revenue for counties. And on-source revenue is monies which are locally generated by the county governments, and we have a number of streams. Almost, I think, the last audit that we did, in comparison to other agencies, also move almost to 127 streams that counties have to be able to generate their own source revenue. But of course, there is a lot of work that is going to be able to ensure that that happens, ranging from what the county governments can do by themselves, the role of the county assemblies, which is really to ensure that they pass requisite laws, and of course engagements of institutions like the CRA, Commission on Revenue Allocation, supporting the counties through the different policies that have been done. I remember as County Governance Watch, we have engaged with the CRA in terms of validating some of the tools, training the county officials, and therefore there must be an uptick from the county governments, particularly the county assemblies, to support the executive to pass requisite laws, and the executives also need to come up with proper policies, because what CRA does is to do a manual which therefore needs to be domesticated at the county level. And if we do that, and of course dealing with other issues like corruption, avenues of misaccountability for funds, there should be no questions around why counties still rely on national treasury. In fact, as I finish, Ben, is that when we did the last audit of on-source revenues against other readings and meetings that we have attended with the partners, counties have a capacity of about 720 billion annual on-source revenue, 720 billion across the 47 counties.
About
it's almost
twice
three
of
times.
what?
It's almost three times.
Almost 3 times what they get.
Yeah, because currently they get, I think, 358 billion as opposed to the last CRA, the DORA, I mean the Division of Revenue Act, which we had, which reduced it to from 401 billion to about 358 billion. And so if you are to do the right things, I think devolution can work without this over-reliance.
Doc, I'll pick from where Osido has left, because
I like the right thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the challenges, and I've mentioned one of them being delay in disbursement. There's also another big challenge on the formula that is going to be used in terms of what we are going to be giving counties. And we have seen the governors pulling on their own side. We've seen government pulling on its own side. And we have also seen people pull on their own side, talking about 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. Others talking about 1 man, 1 vote, 1 kilometer. There has been that issue of the formula on what to give counties what. This has been a challenge for a number of years.
Thank you very much. Ben, I would like to refer to devolution as a baby that was born by the 2010 Constitution. And if you look at keenly that baby, the aim was to decentralize power and resources so that we are able to reach the grassroots level of governance, so that we are able to provide equitable resources to the country and, of course, to respective government that has been born. However, the reason as to why devolution was established was basically to promote governance at the local level. And definitely, governance is a big issue at the local level, meaning the aim was to promote governance, but do we actually have structures for governance at the local level? This is what we are still struggling with. 13 years down the line, the biggest challenge is lack of understanding and proper approach to the governance systems for the governments that has been established at the local level. Secondly, of course, public participation was one of the things that was aimed at ensuring that the public from the grassroots level are able to participate in nation building, are able to participate in resource allocation, and of course are able to participate in governance within that particular area. And of course improving service delivery within the local area, because earlier on services were controlled from the national level, a centralized system. That system has been disseminated into a more robust 47 country or government within the country. This basically was supposed to contextualize their own area of operation, so that the policies that are anchored on Nairobi County shouldn't be the same as the one anchored on Turkana County or Mandera County, because they have different approach, they have different culture and social approach, and of course they have different needs. A county in Nairobi has been basically beneficiary of all kind of resources from the independence time to date, because this was the capital city, it is the capital city, and the aim was to make sure that Kenya has a robust and well-established capital city that can form a hub for South and Central Africa. And basically, that has been achieved, meaning then the resources have been coming here. So people were saying then, can these resources be disseminated down there? So we may have some elements of improved services from the onset of when public devolution has been rolled out. We may have a bit of economic growth in some of the counties, though not all the counties, because the bottom line is that there are counties that are still struggling the same way that they were struggling before devolution. And now the challenge is not actually from the devolution itself. The biggest challenge in the devolved government is financial management and resource allocation, which my brother has put it very well. Now, financial management and allocation are two things that go in hand, but they can't divorce each other. If you are given resources, and that particular resources you are given, you are not able to manage it, then definitely, whether it is massive resources or mega resources, you will have a challenge in making significant development within that area that you operate. That is one. Secondly, of course, devolution was supposed to be without political interference. And the other big challenge that we have is the political interference. If you can't separate politics with devolution, then we will have priorities changed upside down. You will see people interfering with things that, in essence, wouldn't have been a problem if there was no politics or if there was no politicking in it. So that is the other thing that people should look at. Of course, the biggest major challenge, the third one, is the capacity of government issues. I mean, we are appointing or electing governors who do not understand exactly how government operates. And that is why I said several times in our media that indeed we must change the requirement for a governor within the county. Meaning, even if we have democracy, the democracy shouldn't be ridden by quality and knowledge of governance. Reason being, if a governor has never set a foot in an institution and he has never managed resources, resources includes financial resources, human capital, operations and all other things that entails, then this particular person who is just a businessman who got a degree from nowhere, we God knows, and then because he has met the basic requirement, because he has a degree, and then because he has resources, he has money, he is able to be elected to the office. But what happens is that you will find this particular person managing that government of his like a business entity. And that is where the biggest challenge is coming from.
Okay, we will be looking at governance.
Yes, if you look at across our governors, very few of them have ever set foot in a government system. Majority of them are people who are wealthy or they have stolen money from some particular areas and now they decided to put there. The fourth element that I think we need to factor in so that we should not actually champion for more resources to the counties, if you may ask me, is the issue of corruption. You are given money now, you have, the corruption level has tripled within the county government. Resources every now and then, every financial year, the Auditor General, who is responsible for or financial controller and auditor general, who are responsible for ensuring that resources have been utilized based on the purpose that was intended for, report every year losses of billions, more than even what the counties are allocated for, if you add them together, probably it could be around a trillion, and a budget of 2021 or 2020, the whole country's budget is now earmarked as misappropriated resources within the county government. That means then, if corruption is not tamed, if there are no actions taken in terms of accountability process, in terms of ensuring that the resources that you have been entrusted with have been utilized well, and you did not show that clearly in your audit, then actions should be taken, and you should not be allowed to be given more additional money until you account for that. So basically, these are the things: inequality and disparities, of course, between counties that we have already talked about. My brother, who is an expert in the county devolution issues, has already said there are issues of inequalities. For example, we do not have a single tarmac road. And this is our 60th year that we have been celebrating in northern Kenya. Now is when people talk about they are going to give you tarmac. I mean, it is okay, better late than never. But do you think the demand of the people in northern Kenya are the same as the people who have resources or access to resources within their counties? No, it can never be. Insecurity is the biggest challenge in those areas. And this is because we do not have proper infrastructure in place where even our security apparatus will have had an opportunity to respond quickly. So the challenge is not as easy as what... Finally, I just want to finish with this. Finally, resources like water in northern Kenya has been a big issue. For example, now in Mandera County and other part of the county, we are hearing there are no water. Now, us to get to get clean drinking waters. Every year we do that. Every other year. Look at the amount of water that comes from Ethiopian islands, pass through our counties, drained into Indian Ocean, and yet we are not strategically finding a solution to harvest those particular waters that will have lasted years, even if rain doesn't come, for those innocent people living in northern Kenya. I mean, the northerners are different from our central Kenya or western Kenya simply because of their geographical landscape as well as the benefits they get from the environment that is already highland, other than arid and semi-arid regions, which has been now culminated into a desert, actually, as we speak now. Deserts. So there are quite a number of challenges. So disparities in resource allocation, the counties are some of the challenges.
That because some counties are, because the resources that they get vis-a-vis what they really need are two different things, north and south. Wakili, I'm looking at some of the devolved units because we are looking at devolution. We are not only devolving funds, we are also devolving services. Agriculture and health, to be specific. When we talk about health, we have had a myriad of challenges since it was devolved. And now we also even have CHPs, the community health promoters, who are more or less, we see the government has a hand in it, and we know very well health is devolved. When we go to agriculture, the same thing is happening, including even, what do we call them? Extension officers. More or less seem to government. Well, we know very well of devolved units.
It's quite interesting, Troy, to see how the interplay between national government and the roles or functions which were actually devolved. You get to see that government, the national government, seems to be taking an upper hand in terms of providing those services and even making policies around them. Some of the policies are actually not so popular with Kenyans. For example, issues of vaccination. Talk about you want to vaccinate all Kenyans across the country, all animals across the country against for mitigation of climate change. That sounds like a national government plan, which should be a county government. Even the people, the experts have questioned the whole process. So that is one of the things. You have mentioned the community health workers, which is also a positive move. But this positive move needs to be channeled through the counties. Let the counties handle their own people the best way they know how. The challenges which face Kenyans are not the same. Dr. Arias just talked about the challenges facing the northern side and not the same challenges which are facing the southern side. There are diseases which are prevalent in their area which are not prevalent in this side. So we need even these community health workers to be trained on specific which are their regions. So those are some of the things which we need to really be able to formulate a process around and be able to agree how do we move forward, because the usurping of roles from the counties make the counties not to have structures for the same, and they cannot be able to plan and manage their resources around those, and that is a big challenge, and that offends the constitution as it were. So it's very important that we have a clear, I think through my friend Kevin, we need a conference to discuss how exactly do we have clear delineation of responsibilities, how do we have resources to be dispersed so that we can have some sort of memorandum of understanding what the county should be able to do and how national government should be able to come and when. For example, in the US, there is the issue of security. Security is largely a state issue, but then there are times that the national government, the federal government does come in by giving an order, for example, deployment of the National Guard. That is purely a function of when something, for example, there is a statewide demonstration. It's only the national government and the president of the US who can be able to deploy the National Guard, or on request from the state governor. We can have something like that in terms of agriculture, in terms of health. If a county has been maybe invested with some disease which they cannot be able to control, there's a certain pandemic outbreak within a certain region, let the national government come in. But essentially the issues of health, let them be managed by the counties as the constitution anticipates. It's very important that we can be able to delineate some of these things because we cannot talk of success of devolution if we cannot be able to empower it. And we cannot be able to empower it if we are not giving the resources and building the structures that are needed. So it's important as Kenyans we decide, because seemingly there's a breakdown either in communication between national and county government. Because from time to time, I don't understand this business of IBEC where you always have to go and beg some resources from the national government, where the constitution is very clear that 15% needs to go. Government seems to be saying that of what? Where is this money? And some of the counties understandably understand that people went to the county without any money, without any of their salaries. It's now that the payroll is being prepared even for payment for county workers. Why is that happening? And yet counties should be able to have ready money, especially for payment of salaries. Those are some of the challenges which need to be looked into keenly. About devolution, we are which is called devolution. When you have a baby, you empower, you give them good, you ensure that I don't shepherd it to be the baby that, and that in counties spread across development, and that I sometimes talk to setting up very Tanzania is doing mega things. They are talking about launching their railway to connect across the country, as we are only talking about Atlanta Stadium. How can we as a country be thinking so minimally while Ethiopia is actually launching the grand, producing 6,000? Our competition competing and having aspiration to be a single neighbors whom we are also trailing in a development. It's quite unfortunate that for able to do as a country and be able to empower Kenyan. And you see, this is where we make our money. This is what essentially becomes the base for us to even make more resources, for us to even share out. Because if the cake is growing thin or small by the day, then we'll always be having the challenges at IBEC where we have to, should we give you 400, should we give, make it 350? You know, such discussion should not be. Kevin has clearly elaborated that counties are able to generate. We should be talking about how do we increase the resources for counties to go to 1 trillion. We're looking forward,
no matter the
backwards.
percentage, but the
we
figure
need to bake
itself.
a bigger cake.
Yes.
But we cannot bake a bigger cake while we see the things which we saw in last December, where people were stuck for 3 days along Nairobi highway.
Yes.
That's quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
We need to have all these highways opened. We need to be talking how we increase. People are condemning the central people, but we need. We have a bigger picture of having that road go all the way to Isiolo so that connects with the LAPSET project. Those are the things we should be talking about. And every time we waste from doing those things, the challenges are already very clear to us that we can at times as Kenyans not travel. Because we don't have roads and basic infrastructure.
Kevin, how detrimental is it for I'm looking at the services that the government is still clinging on?
It is, yes.
For devolution purposes, because we are talking about we really need to strengthen this baby. Lately, some of the services are more owned.
Are enormous. If you an audit of what national government still holds compared to the expectation of the Constitution, transfer of functions are struggling is because even as we talk about on-source revenue, but a majority of the functions that are supposed to be there, immediate low-lying fruits for OSR or on-source revenue, are actually still being held by the national government. So the detrimental aspect is both in terms of the human resource, so county staff to be able to do those assignments, and also the requisite, for example, on health, capacity of a health to a level where any citizen would require from that county is present, from drugs to whatever it is, Counties were supposed to levy charges. Is one of those that to raise its revenue, citizen will also get the service. Talk about extension. It means that by coming to my west in constituency to look I have, and then they take pesa maybe 300 ya fuel, alafu kwa hii service you pay me 1,500 ambayo hautanipea cash, kuna system yenye unatuma. It means that extends the county to raise revenue, and I also get the service which brought this person here. But government is still holding that function, including the budget, because the function, we normally say functions follow. So if the function is still held, it means that the money can also not go to the counties. Of course, Ben, there is a lot of conversation that is going on to be able to deal with this issue, because a number of devolution workers or rather friends of devolution like ourselves, County Governance Watch, and many others, and development partners have been putting pressure on the national government to secede these functions. Of course, courtesy of President William Ruto's commitments, overbearing commitments, because I think it's too much talk with very limited or no action. Because every time the president speaks to the nation, he says, we are going to ensure complete transfer. From the time that he was sworn in as president up to today, last December, I think from October, November, December, we saw many meetings between IBEC, the Council of Governors, Senate Committee on Devolution, and also intergovernmental relations, including even IGRTC, the committee that is actually tasked by Constitution to ensure that all these things are happening. So very good meetings, elaborate plans to ensure that these things are done, but the commitment actually to do it is Who wants to have how many people, you know, in terms of officers reporting to them, the political goodwill to support that complete transfer with the Department of Devolution, I think, conversation on county public service boards to prepare them to receive, you know, the staff be devolved to the counties. We talk too much, but you don't see the action to just release and, you know, to empower the counties to do the work that they're supposed to do. So we have the right institutions, we have the right plans. Maybe we have the wrong people in office, people who are, I think, Dr. Rizwan, who began by saying some of the governors don't have the capacity of government. Maybe it is true, not just for governors, but even at the national level, so that we ensure that the right people are in office. I know before Mheshimiwa Gachagua was impeached, they said IBEC has not met because Gachagua has refused to call the meeting, counties don't have money, so you doctors are striking because, so we need to impeach him. But this is many months and many days since he was impeached.
You're still where
we are still where we were. So what really is the problem? Is it a problem of governance?
Yes.
Is it a problem of the people? Is it a problem of the institutions? But from where I sit, and that's why I say that we need to do the right things the right way. And if we can do those right things, and probably if we have time, we can outline what these right things are that we must do to get the right things done right.
Doc, you want to add something on that? And also, let's look at own source revenue, because because of the interest of time, we need to pick up the pace.
Yeah, I think it is important for me to weigh in the issue of devolving health. The devolution of health is something that was welcomed so much, simply because the health structures that were controlled by the national government was so structured to the extent that by the time you get to the dispensary, the health center or the district hospital, a year has elapsed. And the essence of having that devolved was to just have people within the county who oversees these health services within that location. And therefore, taking management of health systems or health services to the county was a brilliant idea. But the way this has been done, the approach that was taken, did not actually bring any value from where it was to where it is now. Simply because, you know, technical things require scientific approach. You don't just approach it the way you want. Schools. You cannot just say, I have devolved schools, and therefore all the teachers should report to the government. All of a sudden, you'll find there are a lot of technical things that needs to be put in place within the county structure so that they're able to absorb the requirements for all the teachers. Or similarly, health is like that. For example, you have given, you have given the county to run the health facilities. One of the major things, beside all those achievements and hopes that Kenyans had, is financial constraint and inadequate funding. Who does that? It is the county government, because allocation is given by the national government. Their priority is not to the health facilities, both infrastructure, personnel, health workers, supplies, because a hospital or health services are consumers of resources, and the county government will not want to put all their money to be consumed by the health facilities, and therefore they will have option of not paying their health workers for 3 months and expect them to deliver services within those. Yet you know very well time the service also go down. You will find issues and mismanagement in even those facilities. Each hospital to be managed. Their hospital, their patient support cost will be in the ward. Paying cost within the facility, which is cost sharing. I've not heard of it since. Government also contributes to ensuring that drugs are available, patients within the hospital are fed, drugs are available and they are treated, hygiene and cleaning of those facilities, including sterilization and all other things, are done. Operationalization of the theaters and maternity wings, which are a place which requires to be of high standard in terms of cleanliness and disinfection, because cross-infection within the hospital can even go into the community and cause diseases outbreaks. Okay. So there are quite a number of things inadequate in health service delivery. I mean, the issue is you are to employ some health workers, yet you have given a priority to employ the county security guards. You know, we have already National Police Service who are providing security. A county governor does not require his own soldiers, because this is the same government, the same people we are running, the same land that we are talking about. And therefore, if you have already national government security, you don't need another. Every county has their own military now. They don't have weapons. I don't know whether they have been given private weapons.
The guards. Yeah.
The guards. But why do you want to devolve? You know, when someone tells me the national government have not devolved the health services completely, I'll also tell them they are generating another job that is already tasked and being paid by national government to provide security of everybody within the county. But the county governor establishes his security structure. For what? Why are you duplicating the same role? Right. Instead, why don't you actually employ health workers who will be sufficiently in all health facilities to provide health services and health care? So quite a number of things are at mess. So for me, my brother will say the national government has held a lot of money. I think let's first manage the resources we have been given appropriately. Let's put proper structures that will go into govern the system.
Because of the interest of time, Wakili, bloated workforce, duplication of roles, this is something also undermining devolution. And 15 years down the line, we seem not to be tackling that issue as well.
It's not easy to tackle such an issue of bloated workforce, because there was that the staff which was inherited. Then each county governor becomes a regional kingpin, so he wants to put his people in office. So even if the other one leaves, you see, before he leaves, permanent, and because now that means firing is a legal process and a very costly one. It becomes messy, noisy, and all that. The other aspect is he needs to employ his. That is what leads to what Dr. is talking about now. You find that in the main streamlined jobs, you cannot be able to employ anybody. So you create things like security, your county security. You start employing people left, right, and center. And resources get used. Resources which either could have gone to employing key personnel in the health sector, or even doing roads, which are supposed to be done, or even employing ECD teachers. So that is how we have devolution being messed up everywhere, right? From Nairobi, we have the challenge of, they were employing, was it 3,000 people? But then the city is still very dirty for environment. So we need to ask ourselves, what are we exactly doing? How do we hold these governors accountable for some of these actions? How do we audit counties? I think if Kevin can be able to come up with a very clear, elaborate mechanism which we can be able to use to audit counties in terms of service delivery. And that is a very big problem. Even before we go to the issues of resources, the resources they have received. Like Nairobi County doesn't need really resources from the national government. The governor the other day was boosting that he can be able to collect 50 billion. 50 billion with the 20 billion given by the national government, that makes it around 70 billion. 70 billion is significant resources for you to do even the basic thing of cleaning the county. just ensuring that there is clean, and then even doing the trenches so that the storm water can actually be managed. So we have a lot to do in terms of ensuring that the counties work through the kind of people. Now that goes to the question which Dr. was saying. We even suspect that some of these governors do not have the right documentation to ensure that they can actually understand and they can be able to perform some of the functions, which not all, but some. We just need some. Because now asking for all would be an overstretch if they cannot be able to do even the basic jobs. So it's important and it's imperative as Kenyans. There's something which is also very important and critical, which is critical to our constitution and to devolution: public participation. How many times have you ever had a county call for public participation in terms of coming up with a budget? We only talk about it at the national government, but county budgets, you ask the villagers, they actually don't know when it was passed, where it was passed, what is actually in that particular budget. They don't know. They don't know which road is supposed to be done and where or when. So those are some of the challenges. Even if we are talking about policy issues, we're also talking about implementation challenges where even mwananchi issues of public sensitization are not there. Because devolving the national government functions was to also ensure that the local people are well sensitized to understand what devolution can do for them. Unlike countries which even do not have devolution, you go to Tanzania, a Tanzanian will explain to you in the village what the national government is doing for them in the local areas. The same thing to Botswana. So they understand government policy to the ground.
All right. Your final word, Kevin, you mentioned 127 streams, revenue streams for counties. Maybe you can touch about 5 or 10, because many counties would want to make their own money.
No, the counties no. For example, you have land rates. Many times we have seen governors talking about waivers, and they put very big billboards, you know. So that is for landlords and people who have places where they pay certain, rates to the county government. And one of the challenges we have is, for instance, that the county assemblies, they have not been able to. I think only about 6 to 11 have already dealt with the question of valuation roll, because the valuation roll is what shows you what you can levy on landlords and those who are supposed to pay rent. So even as you do the waivers, and sometimes they do even up to 110% waivers, but people do not understand, one, what that means, and even the requisite benefits, because you cannot be paying, for example, rent to a shop that does not even have security. It doesn't have washrooms, so the basic amenities, even the road that you use to get to that particular shop of yours is totally messed up. And you see now in Nairobi County, until when we wrote a letter to the former CEC for roads and Kura, now we at least, and that was during the April-June floods that we had in the city. Now they've woken up, let me say, to be able to construct a few roads here and there, but citizens expect more. Of course, the second one is, for example, billboards, so advertising. We have in all these 47 counties spaces that are exclusively left for counties to be able to use for adverts. So as you put your billboard and the posters, there is money which you pay to the county government. We have liquor. All these wines and spirits shops, they pay, as a small piece of paper called a certificate, or what is that thing called?
Unfortunately,
so, they know so many of those. But I hope that you and the team will invite us once again
of course,
to talk about this transfer of functions. Article 186 talks about a number of things, including exclusive functions that are supposed to be exclusively done by national and county governments, which takes us to Schedule 4. Then we have concurrent functions like roads. We have roads that are being done by national government and roads that should be done by county governments. And then we have residual functions which have not been assigned. So how do we navigate those issues? And then how do we ensure that they are supported in terms of funding and also the human resource?
All right, gentlemen, unfortunately we are out of time. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Harun Isaka-san.
He asked me, by the way, Ben, sorry, I'm so sorry as you close, whether we have a tool. Yes, as County Governance Watch, we have a tool that assesses performance of counties on service delivery. It's called the County Governance Index. In fact, in December, we introduced...
Which is the county doing the best?
No, hard to say, because otherwise we might be left out of this content. But I'll share with you a report which we did in December, just last year, on transparency and accountability on how counties, all the 47 counties are now doing in terms of service delivery and also fiducious management of their resources. So we have a report which we can share.
That is Kevin Osido, who is the Executive Director of County Governance Watch, and knows a lot about counties and how they are being run. Just next to him, we have another governance expert and also an advocate of the High Court and also University, Don, who is Gibson Gisore. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. This is a very interesting conversation, if you ask me, and more or less because everyone is in one county. 47 counties, one government, 48 governments. Thank you so much for joining us. Now I'm giving the baton to the Swahili desk for Kurunzi Mashinani and Tambrini.
Artificial intelligence that evaluates traffic and can prevent congestion. Autonomous flying vehicles that communicate with each other. It all sounds pretty cool, but do innovations like this really make travel better for us? What is the future of smart mobility? Today on Shift. 150 hours in traffic every year. That's the reality for the average person from London or Chicago. That's almost an entire week stuck in your car waiting. Congestion is a huge problem in many big cities, but what if we could leave